Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this regular meeting of the City Commission this December the 10th. If the clerk would please call the roll.
Commissioner Markert.
I'm here.
Deputy Vice Mayor Long.
Here.
Vice Mayor Cassell.
Here.
Commissioner Burns.
Here.
Mayor Carney.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Great, thank you. If you could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Well, you may be seated. We have agenda approval. I would like to pull 6K2 for discussion. Okay? And I would like to move 5A4 to the regular agenda under 7. So let's make that 7AA so we get the people out first. And we'll make 6K2 7BB.
6K2 is 7B.
7BB.
I think that's the one with the auto dealers, right?
It is.
And then which other one?
The other one is the discussion on the 5A4 on the 7th Avenue. I'm moving it to regular agenda, which will allow the public comment to be able to come beforehand. Anyone else?
Good.
Can we have a motion, please, to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
As amended.
All
As
in favor?
amended.
As amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. We have presentations. This is a wonderful presentation. Presenting Gina Carter with the Exemplary Employee Award.
Mr. Mayor
Yes.
and ladies and gentlemen, no, please, Lachey King from the Department of Human Resources, but normally you would introduce the subject. However, given the recent discussions and momentum recently offered relative to the Creative Arts School getting that initiated, there have been some favorable dialogue offered to that effect at the City Commission meeting level,
Right.
recent meetings, and therefore arrangements are being made to acknowledge Ms. Gina Carter, Director of Communications, with an Exemplary Employee Award for her work and involvement in the preceding months to get us to where we are. Likewise, Lachey King, you can now have the floor, along with giving Ms. Gina Carter an opportunity to step forward once you've offered your additional comments.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Mayor Commission, Lachey King, Employee Engagement Administrator, here to recognize Ms. Gina Carter as our exemplary employee. Congratulations. Can you come on up? Give her a hand. And Mr. Moore, would you like to tell us what she did to deserve it, or would you like me to go ahead and read it?
Sure,
I can-
and we've spoken about that at recent meetings, as I just stated via my introductory comments. Really the energy and momentum to get the Creative Arts School up and running. Of course, this was an interdepartmental effort. However, Ms. Carter's ingenuity and energy brought us to the place in which we were able to initiate art classes as of Tuesday, November 5th of this year, so a little bit over a month ago, and this was a long time coming, quite frankly, a lot of enthusiasm and interest throughout the community and beyond to reinvigorate that portion of the Old School Square campus, and given the support and focus offered by the City Commission in this regard, special acknowledgement is being made by way of the Exemplary Employee Award. So with that, Ms. Carter, congratulations. We look forward to more outcomes as a result of the good work having been initiated to date, as well as the support of both the Office of the City Manager and the City Commission for doing so.
Congratulations. And here's your plaque.
A photo op, come on.
John, I'm shocked.
He didn't go in for hair and makeup.
Respect the plaque.
It doesn't look good.
Just want to say one quick thing.
Thank you all so much. Thank you, Commission. Thank you, Terrence, for this kind award. I just want to take one quick minute to thank all of the other departments that helped me accomplish this, from legal to public works, parks, IT. There were so many people that worked so hard for so many months to get this to become a reality, and I just want to thank them, because without them, it wouldn't have happened. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great work. Now, item 4B, we have with us School Board Member Edward Ferguson, who's, I saw him, I said hi to him earlier, there you are, is coming to give us an education update. Is there anything other than just you're on?
All right.
Please.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Mayor, City Commission, Madam City Attorney, Madam City Manager, residents of Delray. I am your school board member for District 7, Edwin Ferguson, and this is something I do annually. I know that a few of you are new to the dais, but since I was elected in 22, I made a point to always come each year to give an accounting and try to have a dialogue with you all for the betterment of our local residents here in Delray. So there's a slide deck that was provided to staff. I guess it's coming up now. There's a QR code, Mr. Mayor, that's embedded here.
Yep.
So I'm finding that it's not as productive and constructive to sit here and basically give you a book report you all can read just as well as me. So if you, at your leisure, and the residents as well who may be watching this online or here, if you download that QR code, you can see all the different information that has been compiled by staff in relation to the District 7 schools here in Delray. And also you can see a comparison as to how those schools compare to schools countywide in terms of averages, whether it be kindergarten readiness, math scores, English scores, what have you, but then also how they're comparing to your municipal schools. Frankly, though, the majority of Delray schools are in District 7. There are only 3, as Banyan Creek, Orchard Park, and Carver, as I can recall. So pretty much every school in Delray is inside of District 7. But in any event, one thing that I do want to continue to harp on is the importance of kindergarten readiness. So I've always said that children who start behind tend to stay behind, and those who start ahead tend to stay ahead. And when you look at the data, you can see that there's work to be done throughout the county. Our kindergarten readiness scores average is 45%, which means only 45% of our students are what we deem to be kindergarten ready when they first come onto our campuses. That's a woefully low number, and that's something that, frankly, that our residents really have to take kind of the lead on that, because they're not under our jurisdiction until they step into kindergarten. So there are certain links embedded inside of this slide deck. If you, whoever is running this, or am I running this? Yes. There it is. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So how to help your child get ready for kindergarten? If you click on those hyperlinks, there's a treasure trove of information that can help prepare our students better for kindergarten. From there, the sky's the limit. So again, I want to be kind of brief in that regard. I want to spend the majority of my time engaging with you all as the board to let me know what it is that you have questions and concerns about, so that if I can't answer it, I can go back to Mr. Superintendent Burke and staff to get you an answer as soon as possible. But again, the kindergarten readiness is something that we really, really, really need to focus on, not just here in Delray, but throughout Palm Beach County, particularly on the eastern side of the county and also in the Glades, in my humble opinion. Is there anything else I wanted to speak to you about really quickly? No. Everything else, like I said, is pretty self-explanatory. So easy a caveman can do it, such as myself. So I want to spend the rest of my time dialoguing with you all. My understanding is you may have some questions regarding a myriad of things. So, Mr. Mayor, if there are any questions from you or the board.
I mean, I'm going to be looking at this very carefully, because you passed over a lot of the portions which had to do with test results for students.
Sure.
And
We can go back if you like.
I think we've seen it before,
Okay.
and Janai gave us a presentation not long ago with some of these same numbers.
Mm-hmm.
I watch how school grades get improved, but yet the performance levels of the students seem to get not included in that mix, and that's a very concerning thing. And it looks like, from a non-professional point of view, that the goalposts are moving in to make the schools look better, but yet with the performance level of the kids, because some of the stuff that we went over, I saw a lot of 30s and 40s.
I did too.
And
yes.
That really is not acceptable.
I agree. So I'm not a professional. I only taught for 2 years before going to law school, so I don't see myself as an insider in that regard. I do put a greater emphasis on proficiency levels versus grades, school grades, because school grades, there are a number of different metrics that go.
Well, these are actually proficiency marks. 38 proficiency
Right.
in math, proficiency in science,
Correct.
Proficiency in this, and you're seeing 30s and low 40s.
Right. But the fact of the matter is, you can have a school that's rated A or B and not necessarily have proficiency levels across the school.
That's kind of my point. You shouldn't be you should not have an A-rated school if they should not be graded. A school should not be graded
You have
an
to
A.
take that up with the state, because they have certain. Yeah, but I agree. You and I are on the same page. I think we should put greater emphasis on proficiency, making sure that children actually know how to read, write, and be critical thinkers, versus whether or not you know, they were bottom 25 and we're able to move them up a level. Oh, we get extra point for that, or yeah. There are a number of different little measures that go into that, but you and I are in agreement in that regard. So I do put greater emphasis on the proficiency scores, and this is why I'm saying that kids who start behind tend to stay behind. So as a community, if we could kind of just lock in and focus on making sure that child 1 or child 2 is a little further down the road, you'll see greater proficiencies throughout Delray and the county.
Well, we're going to be having a workshop soon. We're going to be going over the education components in our
Good.
comp plan so that we can come back to you with saying what we want, because I think we really need to revisit the interlocal agreement as it relates to what we anticipate or expect really for this, the performance at our schools. And we're not ready for it tonight. We are having that meeting. I guess it's going to be in January, I think.
February.
February. Because we really need to dialogue better in terms of getting better results for, I think, Delray's, I think, not getting what they should be getting out of this whole process.
Well, we can have that conversation. I definitely
But
welcome
we will.
dialogue.
We will
Yeah,
have that
yeah.
conversation.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Anyway, Commissioner Casal?
Now you know I've been so vocal about this, and I feel bad for you because you have to come in and give us these horribly bleak numbers, and you know we're never enthused about the system. But I will say, and I want to commend the school board since our last meeting where they all came in. I have spoken to Mr. Burke, and we do have some sense of how we can help our children, because our goal, you know, we are right next to a community with all A-rated schools. We want A-rated schools, and we understand that that's going to take a contribution from us, but we need someone to come to the table and tell us what that means, because we sit up here, we're commissioners. I'm a parent, but I can't tell you what our school system needs to help our children excel, and that's what we need from you. The data is helpful, but really we need solutions. And I look forward to having that discussion. Thank you.
So the solutions are embedded inside of the presentation, those hyperlinks to different.
I just saved it.
Yeah, that's the answer, Commissioner. It's not rocket science in that regard. If a child starts behind, then you end up putting them into what I would call, it's my word, not anyone else, it's kind of a triage level of education. So you're always trying to catch up to still remain behind. But if you start ahead, it's a whole different game. So that kindergarten readiness is, respectfully, as a non-professional, but as somebody.
So then you would agree we need wraparound programs possibly then in all of our schools? I mean, this is my point, right? We have one school with wraparound. All of our schools don't have choice programs. We have to figure out how to meet the specific needs of our students. We have an interesting demographic in the city. We have an area of our community that is very needy and probably needs more help, but we need you to come with the solutions. That link isn't going to help us because it just gives us the additional information. We need to know how you're going to get our schools to where they need to be. And what can we
Two
do?
different things. So we can definitely have additional dialogue. Respectfully, Commissioner,
Right.
I'm talking about kindergarten readiness.
No, I understand. And I'm
And you're
talking,
saying
and
about
we're
choice
saying,
programs, yeah.
it's the whole thing. It starts before kindergarten and
Absolutely.
goes all the way to adulthood.
Correct.
We are not producing kids that are college ready. We are not producing kids that are reading ready. We're not doing our job. And all
This
I'm
is going to be
saying
all
is,
part of when we get back to you.
and I look
in
forward to
February
that discussion.
with our
Sounds
interlocal,
good.
with okay. Commissioner
Yes,
Burns.
not to, put anything on you, but as a previous insider, teachers' hands are tied. The state puts down mandates. Teachers are not allowed to teach. And, it just goes back to teachers teach children, not programs. And, program after program does not work. Day one, kids are tested. So the curriculum these days is just testing, and that doesn't work. So it's going to take the community and everyone to get involved in educating our kids. And that's just the bottom line, because the state mandates what teachers do. And teachers are so afraid to do anything anymore. So community, everybody has to pitch in. That's it. And thank you for the presentation.
Commissioner Long.
First, I want to thank you, Mr. Ferguson, for coming and talk to us. You don't have to do that, right? And so you coming in here is a big deal. And I think my colleagues are reflecting the frustrations that a lot of community members have about Delray schools right now, and they're well-founded. And so I think it's going to be critical that us as a body figures out how to work with the school district as a body to find solutions here. I can't phrase any better than my colleagues have, but I do look forward to having a productive meeting with you and your colleagues in the new year. And again, thank you for coming here tonight. Really do appreciate it.
Commissioner Mark?
You're welcome.
Thank you for coming in, first of all, and your message really resonates with me. My oldest daughter teaches second grade inner city Chicago public schools, and she tells the same story, that when the kids come to second grade and they're not grade level, it pulls the whole class down because she has to teach at the lower level. So I think the program of getting your kids ready for kindergarten, it resonates, and we have to do that. That's so important to our community. So thank you for the work you're doing.
Mr. Mayor, there were two things I'd be remiss if I didn't mention to you all. One, I've been advocating for an additional dual language program, Creole dual language program, to be placed here in Palm Beach County, specifically in Delray. You have such a large demographic of Haitian Creole.
We have a school here that 2/3 of the children don't have English spoken at home.
Right, and so to Commissioner Casal's point, it would be very helpful to me in advocating for that if the city of Delray would be more vocal in terms of residents coming down to school boards meetings and saying, hey, this is something we insist on, because I can tell you for a fact, as evidenced by the fact how quickly I was able to get a new high school to be built in Riviera Beach, when you have residents who come in and take that extra interest in Agenda 1 or Item 1, shall we say, things tend to move much more quickly. So again, if that's something that you all think is of importance, and the data does tend to indicate that children who are educated at dual language schools tend to perform better than children who just go to schools where English is only taught. We know this. The data is there. It's uncontroverted. So if we know this and we say we care for our children, why do we not make sure that we have that type of program? Secondly, and I'll take my seat unless you have additional questions for me, is absenteeism is a major issue across the country. I've gone to several conferences already, and I guess it's a COVID excuse, but people are not wanting to go back to school anymore. And so even here in Palm Beach County, we have an ungodly number of children who miss more than 2 days a month of school. And if you miss more than 2 days a month, that's considered chronic. We have children who are missing 10, 11 days. How can you expect them to have a proficiency level that's above 30 or 40 or 50 if they're not in school? You gotta be in there to get something out of it. So to encourage parents and caregivers to make sure that child 1 or child 2 is showing up to their respective schools, that is huge. And I wouldn't necessarily say that's a heavy lift. We can all encourage our fellow neighbors to make sure, hey, if you need me to walk your child to school or whatever the case may be, I'll do it. I'm just saying that's something, to Commissioner Casal's point, that is very something that you can do right now before we even meet, whenever we meet in February, January, March. We can meet every month if you want to. But that's definitely something that I would strongly encourage us as a community to be more engaged in. Absenteeism, because there is a correlation also between absenteeism and getting sucked into the criminal justice system. And I see our chief is over here, and I'm sure he has his own experience in regard to those children who are not prepared to be gainfully employed and how a lot of them end up getting sucked into the criminal justice system. So this is a very proactive thing that I'm saying to you all in terms of early education, very proactive in regard to encouraging your fellow neighbors to make sure their children are going to school every single day, very proactive in regard to needing to have a dual language program, Creole dual language program in Delray, to support that very large demographic that you all have here in Delray. So again, I thank you all for your time.
So I wanted to just respond to that real quick. I appreciate you bringing up the dual language program.
Yes.
You and I spoke about that about a year
Yes.
ago, actually, and I'm glad that you brought that up, because I really like for us to move the ball down the field with that. I know Boynton's program has been one of the first in the country, I think, and it's been really successful. We definitely need it here. I know Commissioner Burns and I have talked to a lot of teachers that have talked about having children testing that have these language barrier issues, and it's something that I think is, I'd love to see us make some progress on that. So maybe we can go further down that track a little bit during the meeting in February.
I would like to push forward on this second semester. I don't believe we have time. We can't afford to have any bad year or stagnant year. Each year is
100%
is important for every child. So if this is something that you all continue to be passionate about,
But
as
we
a
think,
board,
look, we need an
I'd like to
updated
move forward with
interlocal
this.
agreement, which will include that and some other, I think minimum things, standards that we're going to expect in terms of results.
do it.
And
Wellington does it all the time.
we're going to be having an active conversation, and when we get back, it will be a very lively conversation. Because
Lively means like,
well, I just think that we've really not, we've sat
Somewhere.
back, and I'm not blaming anyone, but we've really not sat there and told you what we wanted for a very, very long time.
Okay.
And I think we need to make certain demands and expect certain thresholds to be reached for our kids.
You should.
And, the dual language is a great, as I said, we got a school here where 2/3 of the kids, as best as they can do at school, they can't go home and ask their parents how to do their homework because they don't understand the language. So, but I did
Music
want to
to my
bring,
ears, Mayor.
I
Music
did
to
want
my
to bring
ears.
something up to you. So I got an email yesterday,
Okay.
and it has to do with Carver,
Yes.
historic Carver. I was rather surprised at the ask, and I'll tell you why, because I don't know why the school board is going back on what was promised. I'm the only one up here that has the historical knowledge of what happened, how the whole thing at Carver evolved.
Yes.
Where the state of Florida designated Carver historic
Mm-hmm.
because of its importance in the African American education here in Florida.
Yes.
They allowed a mitigation agreement to be done, which allowed all the buildings to be taken down but 4. Included in that agreement, and there is and I've got this, I'm going to hand out to all of you if you want. You'll see what was done back in 2022. There was, the school board had already agreed that they were going to be putting in all this money to upgrade the facility.
Yes.
And things such as that, which I haven't seen. I mean, I'd love to know the progress on it, because I went over there and I don't see the progress that was promised. And now I'm being told that unless we get rid of the 4th building, the one building, to build a parking lot, they won't be able to do anything with this with the help of the school. That's not the deal. The deal is it's a historic thing. School board was told and made a deal with the state. There's an agreement that the campus was being given to the city. This is a historic thing for the city. It was supposed to become the Southeast Regional Technical Center, whereby these kids who weren't going to college but could enter this program at this school and essentially leave and get jobs. And this is what the whole purpose of this program was.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're coming in saying we got to get rid of Building 4, which it's
Building
not
2.
Whatever the building was, the 4th building, the non-historic building, and so that's required under the agreement for the $20 million to be spent to upgrade the facility. That is not. What you're asking for is for us to give you a letter so you can go back to the state and somehow convince them that the determination that they made can be altered, can be changed, to allow the school board to build a parking, additional parking there. I think you got to get your phase 1 done first. I think there's obligations that the county's obligated to do this. This $20 million the county's obligated to spend. I mean school board.
Yeah.
I'm
not
so
sure
all
what
you
you're-
county people, I don't mean.
I would like to look at the data that you're referring to, relying on, Mayor, respectfully, because one, we've definitely produced a lot there. We have many people who are becoming employable at the Adult Ed Center. I don't know if the commission has had a chance to tour. I know Commissioner Burns has for sure. But if you all have not gone, I would welcome you all to go down there. Mr. Fred Bartz is the head of our Adult Ed program. He'd be more than happy to welcome you all as a board and any resident of Delray to come down and see what actually is going on.
I mean, you referenced the Roosevelt up in which did a fantastic job. That was done very quickly, and it's a fabulous.
I haven't referenced that yet.
Well, no, we were saying stuff that was done up in the northern part.
Riviera Beach High School.
Oh, Riviera Beach High School. I thought you were talking about Roosevelt. But they did a great job when they did the Roosevelt Center, for example. We expected the same thing down here. This was supposed to be the Southeast Regional Technical School.
So to be fair, Delray is ahead of where West Palm Beach is with the Roosevelt Historic Site.
Well, that's not encouraging. That means it's even slower up there. And if I were on that commission, I'd be barking just as loudly. But
is this the information that?
No, this was a 2022 memo that was done by the city, where it referenced the transaction, and then there was a memo written by the then education director to the city explaining what the conversations and the agreements with the school board as to what was going to be done at that campus. That was 2022. We're now reaching 2025, and this stuff hasn't been done.
And so
I'd like to look at the
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Yeah. And so he's not saying that those programs aren't happening and people aren't graduating. He's saying that the full agreement was not carried out.
Yeah, I'd like to look at
Things
that
that
too.
were promised.
Well, yeah,
have
but
not been done.
they're having a couple of programs there, but the real program was supposed to be a Southeast Technical. If you go back to read what the whole design was and the whole settlement was in the mitigation agreement, this is what it was for. So before we even talk about, which, by the way, at this juncture, I'm not in favor of selling any of the buildings there because it's a historic site and it's an important site. And I think the excuse that we need to build a parking lot there in order to fulfill our obligations, to me, is weak at the least. I just think we need to really address what we want it done with that city, because that campus was supposed to be given to the city of Delray, and there was an agreement. The money was going to be spent. Would you like to be recognized?
I was going to suggest, I do think this is a valid discussion that we need to have. When you came before us and asked about the parking lot, we unanimously said no. I do believe, and I share your concerns, I don't think we're providing, or what is being provided is what was expected. I think we should all review the document, and I do maybe,
Well,
I hate to say
this is all I
workshop.
put together today.
Okay, I'm
there's more.
thinking maybe we need a workshop discussion on this. He's not prepared to speak
Oh,
on
no,
this
I-
subject, and
Ed, I didn't mean to blindside you here. It's just that I
Yeah,
had you
sorry,
here.
Mr.
And
Ferguson.
I'm not blindsided.
I don't
This
always
is-
get
this
you,
is-
and you're an
But-
attorney, I'm an attorney, and this is what I do.
I
I'm
feel
not
this is an
blindsided.
important conversation we should be having.
I'm agreeing.
So
I'm
why
agreeing.
don't we ask Mr. Moore to put that on a workshop for us
Perfect.
to
I
discuss?
will say this predated me.
I know,
but-
it predated you. Dr.
but-
Robinson, I was
was
there,
gonna say,
I was there
but-
for all of those conversations.
I vaguely remember Building 2 being discussed as not being
Wasn't,
maintained.
they weren't deeming it historic, but it was still part of the agreement with the state
Absolutely.
that it would be preserved together with the other 3 historic structures and made part of the campus that was going to be the Southeast Regional Technical Center.
Then the easy thing is this is all documented, so let's look at
Oh, it
the
is, but I
documents
just
we
couldn't
use.
put all, I couldn't get everything put together in one
I
day.
appreciate Ms. Commissioner Casal looking out for me, but I'm okay. In this
No,
one.
no,
I
it's
wasn't
not you.
expecting
It's
you to
just
reply
generally
tonight.
speaking,
I
it's
just
not
wanted
a
to put on
conversation
record
we
that this is an
can
issue.
accomplish anything right now.
Because we got
Yeah.
an email saying that it was going to, the school board was
I think the
thinking about this
conundrum-
request.
The conundrum, as I understand it, and I'm not staff, so I'm relying on staff's representations to me, is that the custody analysis does require you to have a certain number of parking spaces per buildings or rooms. And so that may be something, frankly, that maybe parties were not on the same page on several years ago. Maybe they had no thought of, no consideration for that. So you can make an agreement that runs afoul of state law, and then when you realize the state law says you have to do this, then you have to modify it. I don't know since I
Agreed, the
wasn't
good
there.
thing is there's ample
So, yeah.
parking right next door in some of the other facilities that could also be used.
Ample parking
There's other
off-site.
parking related, like almost contiguous lots.
Oh, okay.
There's
So,
other-
yeah, I definitely look forward to this
Anyway,
conversation.
so that's what, I've said my
Yes.
piece.
Okay.
Is there anybody else,
Thank
any
you, Mr.
comments on, Mr. Moore?
Yes, Joe, just to summarize, and I appreciate the opportunity, we will have an internal discussion in terms of workshop relative to this matter, along with the comprehensive plan aspects, so that we can prepare for a productive engagement with the school district of Palm Beach County
Yes.
to get to this right place. To also include the piece relative to historic Carver, because my office has been in contact with Joe Sanchez, Chief Operating Officer for the school district of
Yep.
Palm Beach County,
Bless
directly asking the question as to what the city's position is with respect to historic Carver. So I'm thankful for the discussion being facilitated right now, enabling myself along with Ms. Bowens to adequately update Mr. Sanchez in terms of what our position is regarding the matter. So as we prepare for early new year, an internal discussion will then be in position to formulate an engagement with the school district of Palm Beach County
Awesome.
leadership soon thereafter. I anticipate, ladies and gentlemen, summarizing more specifics to this effect via my report to you next Friday, December 20th. So I look forward to the structure in that regard. But in the meantime, we will be advising Mr. Sanchez accordingly, as we've just stated our position in that regard today.
Yeah, and he advised me that you all were scheduled to meet and needed to reschedule. So thank you for your efforts.
And I look
Commissioner
forward to
May as
getting
well.
the update from you, because I really appreciate you looking into it.
Yes, and again, whatever resolutions were passed, would it be possible for that information to be sent to me so I can disseminate it to my colleagues? Because
Sure, well, I actually copied, in the back of this thing is the resolution that was done by the city of Delray Beach back in 2022, which you will see what
but
they.
is there any actual agreements that you are aware of that? the
I will,
district
I
and
will
the city-
get you, well, the mitigation agreement was the state of Florida, Palm Beach County School Board and the city of Delray Beach. I mean, the state of Florida designated the site as historic. They created this agreement which said you could take away the buildings all but 4. And this is what
Okay.
the resulting thing was going to be, this campus. So there's a lot out there. I'll get it'll take me a while, but I'll get you as much information as you like.
Yeah, because I want to push this along because I want that site to be fully completed, and I agree with you that it's incomplete right now. So for me, I don't move slow. Like you can tell, I move very quickly on things. So I think we're on the same
As I
page.
said, I only took advantage of having you in front of me.
I came here to have a dialogue with y'all, so trust me, I'm not in my feelings right now. You've stated.
I wasn't
you've
trying to
stated
hurt your feelings. I say everything. I say everything
I'm
with
not.
great respect because it was
Yeah,
Dr.
I'm
Robinson.
not,
It wasn't you, and I know there were a lot of good
Well, I'm not
intentions.
blaming Dr. Robinson.
No, I'm
either.
saying there was a
Yeah,
lot of
yeah.
good intentions, but
Yeah.
sometimes good intentions get lost in time. And what I'm trying to do is to get everything back on track.
Well, we're here, so let's make it happen. So
Good.
I'm looking forward to doing something constructive here in the next 6 months. So whenever you all need myself or whomever, just let us know, and we'll be here. We greatly respect and appreciate and need the city of Delray to be its best.
And I have nothing else.
Okay.
But But
see
thank you very much for your time. Really, thank you for coming.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy New Year. Happy holidays. Christmas is not your
Same
holiday
to
of
you.
choice.
Thank
Take care,
you.
y'all. All right, see you. Okay.
Well, that went okay. Okay, we have now. This is the bona fide restaurant requirements.
Yes. So as discussed with each of you individually, we wanted to bring forward this item to basically clarify the current definition of bona fide restaurant versus a standalone bar, to discuss with the commission some of the concerns that staff has, and at the end, we're going to be seeking your direction as to whether or not we want to maintain the current definition, make some minor changes to the definition, or move in a completely different direction. So we have Anthea Gianotis from Development Services and Assistant Fire Chief, our Fire Marshal, Travis Franco, also present here to do a very short presentation, and then hopefully we'll get some discussion as to any changes that the commission desires.
Okay, so just to facilitate the conversation, wanted to give you a little bit of background on exactly what the rules are today so that you can give us direction on whether or not we need to adjust them. So back in 2005, the city adopted a new definition for restaurant. And it's interesting because the only whereas clause deems it necessary to clearly define the difference between bona fide restaurant and standalone bar. So standalone bar had been adjusted a couple years earlier, so this has been the rule for 21 years, that it's basically a premises where it's devoted predominantly or totally, depending on how much fun it is, to serve alcoholic beverages. And the consumption of food is incidental, and it's really, no more than 10% of the grosses. We have other regulations that ordinance brought in. There is a 750-foot separation that is required between bars. It removed something that was called a bottle club, where you brought your own alcohol and it was poured at the time. State law makes other rules, like you can actually still smoke in bars if they allow it, where you can't in restaurants. And there are separation requirements for churches and schools that are regulated at the state level, not at the local level. A restaurant, which was brought in 2005, is defined as an establishment primarily in the service of food, where the sale or service of alcohol is incidental to the sale and service of food. There's other rules. Got to have full course meals the entire time you're open. The kitchen has to be fully enclosed under a roof. You have to have staff and available and capable of preparing and serving those meals during all hours of operation. And this is kind of the part where we want you to pay a little attention. A bona fide restaurant must have customer service areas consisting of tables or chairs or counters that are adequate to serve these full course meals that you're offering, and that the total number of seats or chairs at these places is the maximum occupant load. The next thing says the full occupant load is in accordance with the provision of the Florida Building Code, which mirrors the fire code. So for occupancy, while it's Florida Building Code referenced, it really shifts over to fire to review for occupancy. But I think the important distinction is these are not the same number. So a bona fide restaurant, you got to have licenses, also those things. So ultimately, this is bona fide restaurant. It's not in Delray. All of your customers are seated at tables or chairs, and there may be a bar, but people are seated at those stools or whatever. So it's a little bit different. It's almost got the, when the music stops, all your customers should be able to sit down. You are serving at a table, not standing around a pool table. So there's some nuances there. Where we have started, of course, in the past to have issues is that when a new business comes in, this is a life safety plan. This is the drawing that fire is evaluating as part of permitting. Based on the distance you have to travel to different, I'm going to just really, if I don't get this right, jumping. Based on the distances, the route of where it's clear to exit a building, where the exits are located, fire will give you that full occupancy load. And that's going to include everybody. your chefs, your dishwashers, your hostesses, everyone that can safely be in the building and evacuate it in the time necessary. Your customers, however, are supposed to be accommodated seating, right? So we know we've had problems in the past with how active our restaurants get in the evening. And so, but we also have a definition that I think we should consider whether or not it's realistic to begin with, because all of us have gone to a restaurant where you've had to wait for your table to be ready, or you wait in the bar area and there's only one stool, and so you sit down and your partners dance. So we're wondering whether or not we should adjust the definition to add some sort of percentage that should be reasonable. Keep it the way it is because we're already having trouble corralling them. Or there has been interest that's been raised in the past, and it's starting to be discussed again, on whether or not we should allow some type of hybrid license that, as long as the tables and chairs can be safely moved and not in front of fire exits, whether or not we could approve something with 2 life safety plans, other rules that allow something to deviate more from everybody has a seat as a restaurant. The other big difference is standalone bars are not allowed to have sidewalk cafe. They're not allowed to have outdoor use area. So, there's some nuances we would have to work out if you're interested in that. But until we make a decision to depart, the way that we're enforcing this is that when you come in for your zoning certificate of use, we're asking for your layout. We're now asking for life safety as well. And we're going to say, this is your maximum number of customers, and this is your safe occupancy for your fire occupancy.
Right.
And sort of this is where we are right now. Do you want to add anything? Or?
You actually did a really great job. Travis Franco, Assistant Chief Fire Marshal for the city. Anthea did a wonderful job of explaining everything. A few things I would add as the commission looks to determine what the path forward would be. Currently, as is, me and my crew we'll go boots on the ground on Friday night, a Saturday night, holidays, and whatnot. As it sets now, it is a very difficult task to manage, and I'm referring to safe occupancy of certain establishments, not all, but certain. It's almost, I liken it to trying to dig a hole in the sand. You take a shovel, you turn around and drop the shovel of sand, you turn around again, and the sand has now filled the hole back in again. It is quite the commitment with personnel hours to have them down there. I was down there a long time ago when we actually posted firefighters at each exit of establishments, and we counted people in and out. And we did that for weeks and weeks and weeks, if not months, from 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. And that was, a big strain on staff, and it was not in the best interest of harboring a good relationship with some of the business owners, as it was not particularly well received. But that was the extent we had to go to manage this.
That's kind.
So, if there was a move or a decision to go to a hybrid model, the fire department would do its absolute best to support that decision. We would have some concerns, and they would be foundationally based in the life safety of the occupants, with both employees and patrons in the establishments. And as the slide indicates, we would require 2 separate life safety plans. We would also deem those establishments as new assembly occupancies. So they would lose their old status, and they would have to be compliant with the current fire code, because now they're going to be a different use. We would crowd managers and sprinkler systems would more than likely come along with the compliance with the new standards. It would be a storage floor plan would be needed. There'd be a lot of steps they would need to carry for us to approve it from the fire side to be okay and comfortable with it. And again, all of those concerns are just life safety based. But other than that, Anthea did a really great job of covering everything else, and that's all I have.
And ultimately, whatever we decide today, we need to communicate effectively, and I'm sure the DDA will help us with that. Everybody just needs to know the rules and not be surprised when code, is charged with enforcing something, and it needs to be something that's enforceable. We're either this or that or the other thing, and everybody needs to know the rules, and that's kind of where we are, is looking to you to see, if you want to maintain, adjust, or change, open to something completely different.
One thing I just would like to add as well, when we're talking about the two separate numbers, right, the full occupancy and the maximum occupancy. So I and my inspectors under State Statute 633 we have no authority to enforce zoning. So any enforcement of the customer occupancy number is code enforcement. That would be a code enforcement metric.
Right.
Me and my team can enforce the fire occupancy load, which incorporates the staff and whatnot. So if they're allowed 80 customers and they have 85, but they're under the 100, which is the total threshold, I have no authority, nor do my inspectors, to tell them, 5 people have to go. Just want to make sure that's a code matter.
Could I ask a question, Mayor?
Certainly.
This is interesting because I'm supportive of the additional 10%. I think it makes great sense, assuming you don't go up past that, as you said, full occupancy.
Yes.
But you put a great point out there. Do you have a better ability to enforce? I'm not interested in the hybrid, but code enforcement, we struggle to enforce with code. We're looking for compliance. They don't have the authority. Would you find if we allowed people to go to full, would it be easier to enforce, or does that just create a bigger problem? I'm more inclined to go 10% above, assuming we stay under the full.
So fire is checking that safety number. This building is unsafe if there are more people than
And then
this
they call the
number.
police and have some moved
But
out?
that depends on whether or not areas around a bar are assuming that we'll have life safety plans come in where they say, well, this is going to be a standing congregation area around the bar.
Mm-hmm.
That's not necessarily a fire problem.
Right.
It's an activity level problem from your zoning approval that says you're a restaurant.
Right.
And by our definition,
Yeah.
when the music stops and everybody leaves
Everybody
the
has to
dance
have a
floor that you
chair.
may or may not have inside, there's a chair for you. And so, I
know.
I think that for city staff to operate, effectively, we need to have rules that are enforceable.
Right. So I would go with the 10% increase, but not obviously to hit above full capacity, and I would stay away from the hybrid right now. I just don't think that's a great idea.
Do you have any comment?
I have a question. You mentioned working with the DDA. What does that look like?
Well, I think ultimately what comes out of this, we need to work with our partners to make sure the education is, clear to everyone. I'm going to keep saying Travis instead of Assistant Chief. I could read it. Assistant Chief, I'm sorry. We don't want to have a bad relationship, but everybody needs to know what the rules are, what we're checking for, and, have that clear communication. And that's, part of what the DDA helps in addition to our code team and everyone. So if there's going to be a change, we just, figured now is the time to ask.
Would that be before or after a decision is made on what we want to do?
Can I chime in, Mayor?
I'm sorry? Yes.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
So if we were going to go with the hybrid use, then whatever stands today is going to stay until such time as we bring an ordinance to you. So today, if you were inclined to not have the rigid number that's currently in the code and give a little bit of flexibility with a certain percentage, that we could implement, tomorrow. The goal is to get direction today and communicate with our local restaurants. My ideal world would be to send a letter, certified mail, have code deliver it, and let them know, this is what the numbers are. It wasn't chance that we did this today. We did this today because we're coming into the holiday season, and we don't want there to be miscommunication. A lot of what's gone on, and we've met with several businesses, Code and Development Services and myself, to educate, because I think a lot of the miscommunication is people see the fire number that's posted in their building, and they think, oh, that's what I'm allowed to have. And that's not the zoning, because zoning regulates the intensity of the use. Once you start going into a more intense use, the restaurant starts looking like a bar, and that's what you're not zoned for. And so if you were inclined to do a hybrid use, that would not go into effect until such time as we're able to, draft an ordinance and bring it before the various boards.
So the hybrid requires an ordinance change, and then that requires code getting involved and the police getting involved. Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Commissioner Long, you have more experience in that avenue than I do. Well, I mean, I came back from 11 o'clock at night. I see a very different Del Rey than when I left there at 9. So
It's been a minute since I've been at the bars downtown, to be honest. But anyway, that being said, I actually am very bullish on trying to help our restaurants downtown. I think it's become increasingly expensive to operate downtown. I think it's harder for restaurants to stay in the red. We've had a lot of turnover. And I mean, our Atlantic Avenue and these restaurants and bars are the economic engine of our downtown. And so I think I might have a bit of a different approach to some of my colleagues. I think it makes absolutely no sense to have two different entities enforcing how many people are in restaurants that are enforcing two different numbers. And we wonder why restaurants get confused. If the fire department is enforcing one number, code enforcement's enforcing a different number. That's to me is asinine. I think the only solution that makes sense here is to allow for full occupancy in our restaurants. So then we can remove code enforcement from this process entirely. Our fire department can be the one solely enforcing how many people are allowed in a restaurant. Code enforcement, it's not on their plate anymore. We're not diverting resources from two different city departments and giving these convoluted messages to our restaurant owners. So that's where I'm at with that. And I do think it's necessary that we go down the pathway of a hybrid model. I think it's been something that's come up time after time again for years for a reason. It's something that's needed in our city. Of course, with all of the life safety concerns being addressed, and specifically as a conditional use, something that we can revoke from a restaurant if they're not complying. It has to be that, right? Because there are too many things that can go wrong. And it has to be something that if they are not complying we can pull it like that. But I do think that we need to take a serious look at a hybrid model in our city if we're going to really support our bars and restaurants. I mean, I get maybe at one point that did make sense in our city, but things evolve. Things have gotten much more expensive here. For these places realistically to survive, they need to, after hours, be able to convert their place and be able to serve drinks and accommodate more people, as long as it's in that safe, that full fire occupancy limit. So that's where I'm at with this. I think we need to simplify it, and I think we need to evolve our code a little bit on this front to support our restaurant industry. Thank you.
Before I go to you, I just want to ask, I love the idea of where you said it's a change in use and now requiring the upgrades, certainly, of fire suppression.
Yes, sir.
And, I mean, is that a realistic thing? I don't know how. I know the restaurants are going to say that's going to be very expensive. I know, and it probably is. But if we're going to go with allowing more people into a place, I think they make that up with the volume of the new people as they do as the cost of the equipment. But I think that's kind of a very important thing. I mean, you hear every once in a while, not often, but every once in a while you hear a fire starts, and and let's face it, some of these places get very, very crowded at midnight.
There's a long history in this country of tragic fires that have taken place in nightclubs. It's in the textbooks when you go to fire
Especially
academy.
if they're allowed to smoke.
Right. So as far as the upgrading of the systems, yes, it is. It would be mandated through fire code, and that would be a requirement they would have, and the code would back that requirement. Majority of the places downtown have usually been retrofitted at this point with sprinkler systems. So that's typically the most expensive element to that. But it would still require them to get with a design professional, and we would have documentation. We'd have a stamped design professional giving us documentation, submitting it to the building department, subsequently the fire department for review, for our records, to make sure that we're mitigating, our exposure on that matter. To make sure.
Because I know for a long time when I was doing the other stuff, the city always required sprinklers in these places.
Well, one thing I'll add to that, because in my other world, I inspect sprinkler systems for commercial properties and rate them. And I will tell you, these days, you can't get insured. You cannot get insured if especially as something that as a restaurant use without having a sprinkler system that is appropriate for your occupancy. But if they do need to retrofit, I provide loss estimates, but I know what it costs. It's not crazy. It's not insane to retrofit a sprinkler system or change out the heads or upgrade the pressure or whatever needs to be done to do it. It's not out of the question. So if we made that a requirement, I'd be absolutely on board with that.
So sprinklers are one part of it. There would be a full evaluation. So it would be alarm. It could be, different egress pathways, what have you. But
Mr. Marker.
Yeah, and Rob, a lot of your points resonate with me. I got out and met with a number of the restaurant owners, and we do need to simplify what we're doing here. It is confusing for them. It's not 100% of the reason that they're not complying, but it's a big piece of it. And I heard that loud and clear from a number of restaurant operators. The second thing that I feel super strongly about is we can make a temporary decision tonight, but we need to partner with the DDA directly. I mean, Brian Rosen is here, Laura Simon, Al Costello. We need them to be supportive of this, to make this effort work in our downtown area, and they need to be a part of this decision. So I feel strongly whatever we do tonight, we need to partner with them and make sure they're on board and we hear their specific concerns because they're the closest ones to the end customer. So I'd like to see us do that. It's in the very near future, and I know they'll make time for this because it's important to them.
They've brought the hybrid up before. I think for us from a zoning standpoint, it just becomes, what is the difference then between a restaurant and a bar?
Yeah.
Does the kitchen just have to be open and that's enough? Are you allowed to just then serve everybody standing up? Because that's what code isn't going in necessarily, not fire, but code. Fire will click and make sure your number is right. Code is looking and saying, is the building is the use functioning like this? And it's, nobody's eating, everyone's standing. Is it a bar? Is it not? I mean, we've heard we don't want to be Bourbon Street from the dais in the past. We don't want to be Clematis, which personally I find a little offensive, but other than West Palm. So, so then the question is what is the level of intensity, or as long as it's safe, we need to stop worrying so much about this. I don't know.
I think we could focus on the kitchen itself. If it's a full kitchen or not, like a commercial grade kitchen with an Ansel system in it, then it's a restaurant, right? If it's just like a little heater that sits on the counter or something, that ain't it. That's you're just heating stuff up. Like how coffee shops heat up pastries. That's not a full kitchen. That's really not a restaurant. I think to me that would be the easiest way to solve that, to come up with a designation, would be, let's actually look at the kitchen. What constitutes a real kitchen? And, there are definitions of what's a real kitchen based on the equipment and the protection that you have to have for one, probably to meet fire code, I imagine, right? And so to me, that would still fall under, that could still fall under fire code.
Yeah, so let me, the reality is this has been abused forever. And I take your point. I like the idea of only having 10% more, but I take the point that we can't have multiple people inspecting this thing. We need to have one level of inspection, because you're right, the restaurants think that they can have this paper, and fire says, no, you got to move 5 people out. So that's really not fair. Whether they're standing up or not, I've got mixed views on that too. This is a tough call because of the businesses down there. It can get very crowded in those places, but I'm not sure. I'm not positive it's that crowded all the time. I mean, it gets crowded at certain times, but maybe not all the time. So, I'm willing to go. I like the hybrid, but I like the smaller amounts too. So, I don't, because the smaller amounts help me with because I have all this. I'm always worried about parking in the back of my head. Where is everybody going to park?
Well, if it makes you feel better, standalone bars and restaurants have the same parking requirements. So that, at least, is a wash based on the requirements.
So,
well,
if I may add one thing.
But if you approve a bar based on 26 parking spaces and it allows for 50 patrons, but the fire code says, the building code says they can have 70, then I got 20 extra people that I haven't parked. And I've given permission for, that's my issue with it. Because we ultimately have a parking issue.
We do.
The management of occupancy loads is incredibly difficult.
Right.
It's an incredibly, you can't go down there with one person, 2 people, and successfully do it, because you'll go to an establishment and you'll say, what's your number? And they may not know the number. So then you're going to say, hold your door, we got to get a count. So now they're holding the door. And then we have to go in there, we have to get a count. And even when we're in there counting people, it's never going to be a 100% accurate number because they're moving.
Right.
So then we're going to do the best we can to come back out. If we loosen and we go to a hybrid model, it's going to be even more difficult, because when the fire occupancy load is 100, they're going to try to put 150, and they're going to try, and then it's going to get to the point where it forces the hand, where you're going to say, okay, your doors are shut for the evening, or we're going to have to hold your door until we deem that it's appropriate for you to let more people in. So there is the enforcement of it. There are some unpleasantries that go along with that.
Is fire opposed to the hybrid model?
Sounds like it.
The hybrid model would be a more difficult model to manage for the fire department, but as I said, my first statement was we will support and do our best to
Oh,
support.
no, I
any
know,
commission.
And my big concern was making sure that they weren't going to end up engulfed in fires because as you said, you're allowed to smoke in these bars.
Right.
And I know they all call themselves restaurants, but somehow at 11 o'clock, the only food that is served are Twix and dips for the chips and dips, and everything else is and that's the reality. That's the reality.
So, how do we de-incentivize, if we were to go down the pathway of a hybrid model, how do we de-incentivize these places from doing what you just said? If we had for instance, if we had a conditional use, and if you get caught jamming 150 people into your 100 capacity bar, we can revoke your condition. Are they going to continue to risk that if they know that they're going to lose their license?
Education is a key.
Yeah.
I think maybe, having some of the prominent business owners before you do it, have an educational session with them.
Yeah.
Allow
And that's something we work with the DDA on.
The fire department to
100%.
say our speech, our side of it, and lay out the why. Why is it important to enforce these things?
So, and I think the direction can be both 2 and 3. Like, if you're going to, and I don't know, maybe if they're changing anyway, they're changing anyway, and maybe this is just a charming conversation. But if we adjust the definition to be more realistic about how an actual restaurant works, that the ones that have a full service bar, people do stand around a high top and they're not always sitting, or that there's this 10% overage for when you're waiting for your table to be ready and it's not. We can do both, and then we can create a conditional use approval for a hybrid. I think the issue there, that gives the full fire review, that makes sure we know where the tables and chairs are being stored if they're shifting things around, and that they're not blocking fire exits, which was a problem several years ago. Yeah. So if we can do both, I think the issue is if I go through all the trouble to get a conditional use and my neighbor is still working the same way without the expense and the oversight, is the city going to step in and calm their activity level down or not?
That would be that's an enforcement issue. That
so
would be
then
our
we're back
job.
to enforcing the definition of restaurant. Everybody's got to have a seat, plus a little bit of leeway maybe for how we calculate out, because the full occupancy will always be different because it accounts for staff. The maximum customer occupancy, if I take that out, that's fine. We can say tables and chairs plus 10% is the number of customers you can have. And then there's only one safe occupancy number, but we're kind of back to that again. Look, if I had a solution, I would tell you. I think we can make these moves the way we're talking, and we'll work with the DDA and the merchants to try
Should
to.
we phase this in slowly? Jump to 2, adjust the definition, see how it goes. I'm a little reluctant in light of this conversation to do. I don't think I can support a hybrid. I don't.
I like portions of the hybrid. I don't know if 10% is the right number. I might be a little more generous.
Are we making it more confusing then? If we, that's my fear. I'd rather just figure it out, do it, and then work with the DDA to get the communication.
If you just say you're allowed to an additional 10%
now you're probably with a
in your
third
bar
number.
area.
Now you have 3 different numbers instead of 2.
It's 2
which I want to
numbers.
bring to 1. You're saying let's do a third number that's in the middle. That makes it even more convoluted.
I asked the question, could we just have one enforcement and go to everybody to full capacity? I did ask that question because I was curious about that.
But now you're proposing plus 10%,
No, I'm not proposing.
right?
It's a conversation. We're asking questions, but the 10% still gives you only 2 numbers. You have your full occupancy and you have your what is, your percentage over your allowed amount. What was that called?
I think Anthea had a good suggestion, and that's if we can adjust this definition of restaurants, and then allow a conditional use process, because the hybrid system could work at some larger restaurants which have outdoor space and greater space than some of these smaller places, which it just won't fit. So and so the conditional use aspect, working with the DDA and others, could certainly help refine which one is going to apply to and which one it wouldn't. And maybe it is talking about the size, because there's some of those restaurants a hybrid would work. Others, it really won't work. So I'd rather just make the hybrid like a conditional use that they have to come in and prove,
I like that.
as opposed to, is there a consensus?
That's what I said from get. It has to be conditional use.
Everybody agree with
support
that?
that.
So we're going to go with the changing the definition, and then we're going to provide a conditional use for the things. Can I have a motion? Somebody up here?
Do we need
Do we
one?
no motions?
So in the interim, what do you want to do? until we, do you want to just leave it status quo until we?
No, I
bring
think we
forward-
could, I think we can start with the
adjustment?
adjusting the definition of restaurants.
And
That's
then
something
what's
we
the
could do as we're
percentage
going into season. I think we can do that.
Is there a percentage that the commission wants to agree to?
You know, I thought 10 is light, 15 would have been my number, but, you know, I can live with whatever the, I like to be more generous because people like, because I'm one of those ones who don't sit down sometimes, and I sit and I join people at the bar, and then I'm off. So,
Okay, make it 15.
okay.
Good. Let's.
The only thing I do want to make sure whatever we're doing, we're gonna work with the DDA to come up with a final solution. I think this will be a good experiment to see how it works. I'm super sensitive to your comment, Chief, about the United States having a history with these club fires. We don't want that in Delray. No. We don't want that. So we're doing the right thing here, but I want to make sure the DDA is fully on board because they're ultimately going to be better at selling this to the restaurants.
Dr. Costello's chomping at the bit here. He wants to say something. Can we let him say anything, or is it not appropriate?
We don't.
No, thank you,
We
Dal.
don't. Thank you.
All right, maybe during public comment.
You're up.
We're not making it. You know, we're gonna have time to talk about this anyway. Yeah.
Any change is going to be in the code.
Huh?
Any change that we bring forward is going to be in the code. So the
Right.
final decision will be codified. So it will go through all the boards. Anthony and her team will work with the DDA.
Right.
We'll work with whoever
But you have
we need to.
consensus to move it forward with 15%,
Okay.
and then a conditional use for the other hybrids. And meanwhile, it'll go through all the boards, including the DDA. A lot of people have time to vet it, and we'll be done.
Perfect.
Right?
Thank
Do
you.
do we have consensus? Yes?
Yes.
Motion to
Yes.
approve? Motion to approve, somebody? Yeah?
I don't think you need a motion.
Don't need a
We
motion?
don't-
Good.
we don't need
Then we
it.
don't need a motion. Perfect.
We need a workshop.
Oh, yeah, we need another workshop.
Oh,
December 24th, we're having a workshop. You're gonna love it.
Perfect. I'll be here.
You're gonna love it.
thank you.
Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a few items, and the first is actually quite brief, as it is my pleasure to publicly introduce newly appointed Chief Financial Officer Henry Dakowitz. I summarized his professional and educational background. Please. I summarized his educational and professional background via the November 1st, 2024 information letter report. I'll briefly iterate that a bit. A native of New York City, he is a graduate of Brooklyn College with an undergraduate degree in accounting and other background. He is also a MBA from Harvard Business School in finance and strategy. He is, interestingly enough, a CPA in 2 states, New York and Maryland, and he's had some really illustrious experiences in the realm of local government finance, including leadership positions in Nassau County, Wayne County, Michigan, Nassau County, New York, by the way. Most of you, I'm sure, knew that part geographically. And most recently, the city of Norwalk, Connecticut. So he brings a tremendous amount of experience to the city of Delray Beach, Florida, and I think he'll be fantastic in assisting our goals and objectives relative to finance, budgeting, and all related matters. I've asked him to be here this evening to briefly say hello to the commission and the public at large. And his first day of service was actually 1 day ago yesterday, Monday, December 9th. Mr. Henry Dakowitz, ladies and gentlemen, please.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I'm very excited to be here at Delray Beach. It's, as an outsider, the finances are looking good, and having been there for the Christmas tree lighting ceremony at one of the restaurants, I really appreciate the opportunity. I'm just looking forward to working with all of you to help improve and continue the momentum that you already have. Thank you.
Were you seated or standing at the restaurant? I just want to know.
Let's not go there.
I'll allow a previous
No
discussion.
comment.
He knew what I was saying.
It's council already.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Dakowitz, and welcome aboard. You're welcome. The second item is actually a very brief update, and it's somewhat of a follow-up from Sustainability and Resiliency Officer Ken Edwards regarding the Tree Trust Fund and the planting program. And this does touch some of the contractual relationships we presently enjoy in terms of advancing that initiative. So again, briefly, Mr. Ken Edwards will offer that update, and we'll be able to go from there. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission. I'm Ken Edwards, the Sustainability Officer for the City of Delray Beach, and I'm pleased to give an update on the tree planting program. Important to keep in mind that trees are green infrastructure. They provide services that are worth money, water quality, air quality, dissipation of heat, but also property values. And the example here is Lucky Lane, where the top left is pictured before plantings 2 years ago, And now a recent one, trees are just a part of that, but when I went out to take that picture, there was actually a family that was out using the area. So trees are very important for lots of different reasons. We have a long history of protecting trees, and the tree reports and started with 2019 as a tree canopy assessment that actually had the 10,000 trees in 5 years that was adopted by the commission. One of the recommendations in there was planting in lower canopy areas, and in 2020 the tree planting program actually started. So this is a map that shows representation of the lower canopy areas. The yellow outlined areas are below the average, and those then would be the areas that the recommendations would focus on. The Urban Forest Management Plan also had a recommendation to plant more in the lower canopy areas. And another recommendation in there was regarding maintenance. So that has application to our existing trees and also to those that we put in through the tree planting program. An example of that is shown here, again, the same site along South Swinton, where as trees came off of the 1-year maintenance period from community greening, we were in a 6-week drought, and those trees were stressed. Turns out they did survive. The picture on the right was last week, but it is important for us to consider as we're planting that maintenance is important. So the status of the program for this year, because we are in year 4, we have 4 different types of tree plantings that are being done, drop-off, tree giveaways, and then partner and city sites. We have 217 of 877 allotted in the drop-off program. That's about 25%. And giveaways, 289 of 719. That's about 40%. Overall, 506 of 1,680, which is about 30%. The partner and city sites we haven't planted yet. We are looking for sites, but again, looking at maintenance, right tree, right spot is very important. We have 8 months left in the year, so we're close to being on track there. And after the first of the year, we're going to be doing additional outreach. I'd like to focus on the drop-off program because I really think that is an area of focus going forward. Current drop-off program has 10 species of native trees that can be signed up for. This was developed by staff and community greening. It was based on something that's been going on in Sacramento, California for several years. They have many trees that have gone in for that. We also, in the current year's agreement, allotted 1.5 times more trees per acre. So that's a way of focusing more trees in the low canopy areas. In the sign-up page, it has that the applicant will be responsible for planting and care afterwards. So that's a way to save money, get more larger trees out into the community. On the sign-up page again, it has the front yard as the preferred planting area. That allows us to do monitoring. If it is not in the front yard, then that would be something that we could note. All of those are key to having a successful program and being able to tell how we're doing. Another key is doing outreach, which we've been at the green market. Community greening has quite a bit that they do also. We do social media posts. I just spoke last week with Neighborhood and Community Services, and we're going to go to HOA groups because getting multiple people in a community at the same time asking for trees, and also to address tree planting events where we can get volunteers from a specific community out would be something that we hope to be able to do. All right, beginning to wrap up here. The Tree Trust Fund is the only source of funding to date for the tree planting effort. We have 311 overall in the fund, 273,000 that is encumbered for current year. And so at the end of this year, without additional deposits into the Tree Trust Fund, we wouldn't have, certainly at the level of past years, for year 5. And considerations for the future, things that we have learned that we're doing now, need to put trees in the right places. Get the right tree, the right species, right consideration for the benefits for the community. Having a diversity of tree species allows us to be more resilient, certainly as disease comes in. Monitoring. how are we doing is very important. Maintenance, I've talked about having that dead tree and stump removal, also diseased trees coming out is a way to ensure that we have good succession and healthy tree. And also our inventory data, if it can be incorporated into our work order system, then we'd have a live view of our tree data. And with that, I appreciate your time.
Any questions from the Mr. Long?
Yeah, thank you so much, by the way, Kent. I think this is very responsive to a lot of things that we've brought up over the last year or so really do appreciate this. As far as the amount in the tree trust fund, we talked before about there being a decent influx of funds coming into that fund over the next year or two because of some of the bigger projects that have come online in the city. Do you see that as, I mean, I know you can't say for sure, but is it tracking that that's going to be enough to keep the program operating for 2 more years, or are we going to hit a wall at some point, do you think?
Based on usage and the way it has increased, just looking at the very raw number, we aren't on track to have the same funding level that we had in years past. But that, again, is why the drop-off program is so important.
Yeah.
Because we get a larger tree out in the community, we focus in a lower canopy area, we don't have the cost of doing the maintenance, which is community greening, getting water, staff going out to that site, going all over the city. That's a significant cost saving. So,
makes sense. And it's an extremely popular program among our residents. The tree drop-off program's been really successful. So, well, I'm glad that's become a focus, and hopefully we can continue to operate with focusing on that and just kind of see how it goes. Last question I have, you kind of referenced the right tree, right place. I was just driving on Southwest 10th. Is that like an area where we could put some trees at Southwest 10th and LOSA? Because we did all that infrastructure investment there, and I'd love to see some shade along the road there. If that is deemed to be a place where the trees we're using make sense.
It has come up in discussion. When I drive through there, we just went over to Orchard View Park today from the SOC, and it does call for trees. I'm not sure what the plans are.
Yeah.
So we have to work with other departments in the community, but it certainly looks right.
Cool. Yeah, I'd love to see some there. And I've heard from a lot of the community would too, so maybe we can figure that out. But anyway, thank you again. Really appreciate all the updates.
Commissioner Marker?
Yeah, just one quick comment. The county came into Lake Ida East Park where the Playhouse is a couple of weeks ago and planted like 50 big trees. And I happened to be over there the other day, and it really hit home, some of the stuff that you've told me over the past year or so. They don't have great irrigation over there, so they actually have a service that comes out and waters all these trees with a giant truck and drives all over the park. And the guy was there for like 3 hours watering all this stuff. And I did talk to him, and they have to do it, particularly now. It hasn't rained in a long time, and the trees will just die. So what you've been telling me recently hit home.
There's a lot to having a good tree canopy, and having staff, having the resources. I mean, it does cost money.
Yeah. Well, thank you for what you're doing. I think it's great.
Question?
Yes. We're in year 4 or 3 or 4?
Yes, year 4.
Year 4. And how close are we to the goal, to the 10,000 goal?
We have planted a little over 6,000 in years 1 through 3. Okay. So this year we have the 506 so far this year, and really looking after the first of the year. I'm very hopeful with the HOA outreach and some of the other outreach that we're gonna reach. We only have 1,680 in the agreement so far, because that was looking at the amount of funding. And I mean, my own personal opinion, I didn't want to try to do 2,000 trees because we would have had to go the tree giveaway route.
Right.
And I mean, that is good for certain level of benefit, but it didn't have a way to monitor it.
Yep.
It is a smaller tree, so there's more risk that it's not going to. So
I was going to ask about that. What about the quality of trees that we're planting? Are they quality trees, or are we getting some leftovers, something that you can't sell?
The trees that are planted on the sites are grade 1. The giveaway trees mean, I was at the giveaway this past Saturday, and they look like they are in good shape. I mean, they are smaller trees, though.
Okay.
So, I mean, these are valid questions. Again, one of the reasons why I like the drop-off program is because it is a larger tree. We know where it goes. Someone has to sign up for that, so I anticipate, hopefully they're going to be more interested in it, and we can monitor if they plant it in the front yard. So, very, very good questions.
Okay. And last but not least, do we have a dedicated maintenance plan for our trees?
Well, in the tree planting program, we have a 1-year maintenance period. Then after that, that's where it's really key. And our planting plans were developed working with the departments, all of the departments, including the one that manages the property. But when you get to the end of that year, there's a lot of work that's being done by the staff. And, a water truck is a specialized piece of equipment. If we don't use that very much, same thing with specialized pruning for correction. I mean, it's something that became very apparent, the additional work that is entailed when we're planting, 1,000 more trees on city property.
Okay.
Great.
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Casal.
Thanks. I have some similar questions, and so thank you. I always appreciate you. And I appreciate community greening. So forgive me because some of these questions might make you wonder, but the 2024-25 budget was $272,988 is what we actually need. I think that we thought it would be $273, close enough. We don't have money to continue this program, actually, unless we look elsewhere for the funds. And I think what I'm saying is we've all been talking about we want bigger trees, because the goal is to really increase the canopy, not have more trees, have a bigger canopy. And sometimes what that means is less trees that are bigger versus a lot of trees that are smaller. And the 10,000 tree idea was sort of fun. We're going to plant 10,000 trees, and it's amazing, and it really truly is. But we planted 1,562, I believe, last year. So if we go with those numbers, we're below. We've planted, and one of the things that's concerning a little bit is 50 trees on city property, and then a total account for 660 trees, but no way of tracking any but, I believe, 100, the 50 in the private partner and the 50. So are we accomplishing our goals? I mean, you can pick apart the contract. You can ask things about what is this $61,000 administrative fee? What are we really accomplishing? But and Ms. Burns asked, are we putting out trees that are worthwhile for the cost? But I guess the question is, I love this program. I'm very fond of community greening, but are we achieving the goal that we want to accomplish, which is to expand our canopy? And if we are not, are we wise at this point in time, when we know where our financial situation is not what we'd like it to be, to continue this program? We don't have the luxury of just saying, let's try and do both. Do we need to revisit where we're going to accomplish the greater goal of expanding the canopy? And that's really something I would like you to think about. You don't have to answer it right now today, but maybe it's a conversation that you can have with us individually, as if we are on track and should we continue it in this path.
Thank you. My question is a little different. I talked to you about the canopies and how important they are, and I know that you're working with neighborhoods to get it done, and that's all great. But one of the things that I'm noticing with a lot of the construction that's taking place is we're clearing a lot of land. And I know that the state has some pretty easy rules for exemptions for people to remove trees when you're doing developments and things such as that. But what are we doing about our own tree preservation program? Because clearly we can work, because I know when we would submit a site plan for one of the projects, we had to go through this whole landscaping, we get a landscape plan approved and everything like that. But a lot of times it did involve removing of trees. And so I'm trying to see whether or not there's some way that we can kind of build both the tree preservation side with the landscape plan side to see whether we can improve our preservation of the existing trees that we have.
Sure, and there are several different facets which we have to address, all of them, in order to have an effective program. The existing trees and the maintenance is one of those. Looking at new development and the procedures that we have, which are pretty extensive in the LDR. But you mentioned the preemptions, and I think that it is important to keep the Florida statute and the preemption in mind, because other than what is preempted is really up to the city as far as what we do beyond that. And so the preemption really goes to if there is a tree that is deemed to have an unacceptable risk and the property owner has a report in hand, and it is from a certified arborist or a licensed landscape architect, then they don't have to have a permit. That is the preemption. Beyond that, it is within our code as far as what we want to do. And there are protections that are in place. There's language that talks about the review and the process of avoiding and relocation and then mitigation, right?
Are there some ways we can shore that up? I mean, do you see, I mean, I'm not trying to, I know the developers are getting all upset and, you know, but we should be trying to preserve trees as much as we're encouraging people to plant trees.
I've worked in regulatory programs for years and years, not just trees, though I worked in Broward County with that. It is, and the commission has expertise in this also.
Yeah, because it was very disturbing to see over the weekend the mangrove being cut down on Marina Way. Now, I know that that's other departments handling it, it's being handled in, you know, but...
Well, and that's the state preemption in Florida Statute 403, it says. But cities or local governments can get a delegation. But for protection of trees, other than what is preempted, that is within the regulatory abilities, and that's where development services and code. I mean, they do it now. Any changes would need to be handled through that system, and there'd be public input, as you mentioned.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, Ms.?
No, but I would add, because I shared your concerns years ago, and I reached out to a gentleman in Fort Lauderdale. He was the arborist there, and I sent him our entire ordinance, and we really actually are doing a good job. We do have a good ordinance, and we increased the fees recently. So, I mean, with what we have to work with, which is the lack of control from the direction from our state, we're doing a good job. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And finally, ladies and gentlemen, as the Office of the City Manager has recently been in contact with the National Civic League regarding criteria for a potential follow-up All-America City Award designation, we are in position to initiate that process, much of which having to do with our achievements in sustainability and resiliency outcomes. I therefore ask External Education and External Opportunities Manager Janai Bowens to offer a brief presentation to also yield considerations for the appointment of the committee necessary to facilitate this consideration process. Ms. Bowens, if you would, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Commissioners. I am here to present the 2025 All-America City Award considerations. So the purpose of this presentation really is to outline the application components, proposed projects that are led by the city, as well as our community stakeholders that apply to this year's theme, as well as present a possible steering committee and receive direction on additional committee members from the Delray Beach Commission. So Delray Beach is no stranger to the All-America City Award process. Delray Beach was actually named an All-America City in 1993, 2001, and 2017, the first city in Florida to achieve this distinction 3 times. So we know the benefits of the All-America City Award, and that includes, of course, pride and collaboration amongst all of our community members, national recognition. We get to be put on, front and center on a public stage regarding all of the wonderful works that we're doing as it applies to the theme for the year, as well as an economic stimulus. So people want to come to an All-America City, and we've done that 3 times. So this year is extremely rewarding. This year focuses on environmental sustainability and community engagement. So this comes right on time after Mr. Edwards' wonderful presentation that he just did with the tree planting. So this year, the 2025 All-America City Award application process really deals with how our cities are addressing environmental sustainability by collaborating with residents, public and private partners to promote inclusivity and equity. And so what that means is, are we looking at marginalized communities in order to create opportunities for environmental sustainabilities, and how are we doing so? There are a couple of programs and projects that they've outlined that really gives us a clear indication of what they're looking for. So as a city, they really want us to look at how we are viewing our conservation and restoration projects, and what are we doing with it? Is it innovative, and is it mobilizing all of our community stakeholders? Also, what do our renewable energy initiatives look like? How is our waste reduction efforts, et cetera? So there's a lot of different ways that we can meet the threshold and criteria for this application, things that we're already doing, as well as people that we're already collaborating with that's doing the work here in the city. There are 3 parts to the application. Part 1 is telling our community story. So what are some of our community challenges that we've experienced in terms of environmental sustainability and resiliency, and how are we working with the community to address those issues? Part 2 is describing the strength of our community's civic capital. So this is what we do all the time, is how are we engaging residents? Are we making these decisions on our own, or are we holding public forums and community charrettes and things of that nature in order to hear what the residents desire concerning environmental sustainability projects? And then we have part 3, describe 3 community-driven programs. So this is where we really highlight what we are doing in order to address our environmental sustainability and resiliency issues. So for the city of Delray Beach, we already have a plethora of environmental projects that we're currently engaging in. So that includes community engagement and education efforts. Our Office of Sustainability and Resiliency offers our Community Climate Earth Month forums and webinars where there is lots of education on what we can do in order to be partners in environmental equity. We have our 10,000 tree campaign, climate action plan, and our green business certification. We have what we do in terms of art and culture. So that's our climate and culture events in collaboration with the Cornell Museum and the Arts Warehouse. We have our restoration projects, our habitat restoration at Atlantic Dunes Park, Orchard View Park, Barwick Park, and our pollinator planting programs. And we also have our green workforce and infrastructure projects, which includes our green building ordinance and our energy efficiency and conservation block grant program. But really what the application is looking for is not necessarily what the city is doing, because we are doing a lot, but how we are mobilizing our partners. So we have tons, luckily, of partners within the city of Delray Beach that deal directly with the theme this year. Of course, we have our community greening partners, and they help assist largely with our tree planting partnerships, and working closely with Delray Beach Public Schools and residents to create that environmental equitability. We have the Delray Beach Children's Garden. If you have not visited the Delray Beach Children's Garden, I highly encourage you to go there to see what they are doing, because it touches pretty much everything. So their mission is to nurture eco-consciousness in children through inclusive garden education and practices. And so they really have created a really great ecosystem to show children how to explore their environment, as well as how to cultivate garden to table options for families and children. We also have our partnership with Delray Beach Historical Society's Heritage Gardens, where they provide community education on our Florida native gardens, endangerment issues, and sustainability to residents and schools. And of course, we have our Sandaway Discovery Center, which also provides community education on our coastal ecosystems, restoration, and sustainability to residents and schools. So these are a few of the actual projects that we are looking to highlight within the application. There's a lot. So within that third part where we do discuss our projects, there's a lot to uncover, and there's a lot of ways in which we, again, are mobilizing our communities, especially our marginalized communities, to have access to environmental education and resources. So this is a overview of the All-America Steering Committee. So these are, of course, like the personal partners that work within our those agencies that have been outlined. We've reached out to them. They are super excited to be a part of this initiative. They can't wait to really, share the stage with our city staffers to show exactly what they are doing. Because we know that they exist, but I'm not sure that the community at large understands the impact of these programs here in the city of Delray Beach. So we're very excited to partner with them to highlight them within this application process. And just a few application deadlines here. So right now we are in the process of developing the letter of intent, which is due December 30th. It's just a simple yes that we are excited to apply, so that they can understand that we are preparing the application. The actual application is due February 27th, and then the hard work begins. So the application isn't necessarily the hard work, but the preparation for the competition when we are awarded or designated as finalists is announced. And so the steering committee meetings will begin in January 2025. The finalist preparation will commence upon notification. And then, of course, throughout this entire process, additional external outreach will continue so that we can constantly engage the community. If I did not mention a project here, we are always looking for community members to, tap us and say, hey, this is going on as well. We're actively engaged in this. And it will just really be a collaborative effort, not just amongst the steering committee, but amongst everyone, all of the residents in the city of Delray Beach. So thank you. I just really want to hear any discussion about any additional community members that you would like to add to the steering committee. We are looking for an elected to participate in the steering committee, so thank you.
Just get us the win.
I'll try.
Well, I'm happy to volunteer if you need someone. And also, I'd recommend, if you guys hadn't thought about it yet, we have this REEF initiative that's going on right now. That might be, we have some really innovative stuff happening with there that Commissioner Cassell had mentioned at one point, that I know that we have a lot of great people involved in that in the city, and that might be something worth trying to include, or at least chatting with him about.
That's conservation. I mean, that's right up there. Right up
Yeah, it's very exciting, actually. It's we're doing some pretty fun things, so I can talk to you about that if you like later.
Great.
Let's get that fourth win.
Yeah.
You get to put that on your shirt.
Yeah.
You gotta get a new thing, though. Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So, Mr. Long,
Huh? We don't have questions right now.
Mr. Long, you've agreed to serve as agent of the steering committee on behalf of the commission. So that's your elected official representative, Ms. Bones. And thank you.
Thank you.
Otherwise, Mr. Mayor, yield at this time.
All right, now this is the time for comment from the public. So any people wishing to speak on the matter on the agenda or non-agenda items, you can come to the lectern up here, give your name and address. You will each have 3 minutes, unless you represent a group of 6 or more who are willing to let you speak, and you will get then 6 minutes. Let me ask, if on the agenda item that we've moved to 7AA, there's a bunch of people to speak for that. Is now the time they speak on it, or do we wait till 7AA for them to speak?
It's not listed as a public hearing, so I would recommend doing it now.
Okay.
And Mayor, do you just want to advise people that the quasi-judicial items, those have to wait?
Yes, we have 3 quasi-judicial items that are going to be on the agenda, items 7A, 7B, and 8C. Let me read the quasi-judicial instructions now. This hearing will be conducted in, these hearings on 7A, 7B, and 8C agenda items will be conducted in accordance with the quasi-judicial rules. The applicant and the city shall be allowed 15 minutes each to present their case. The public will be allowed to speak for 3 minutes each, or a maximum of 6 minutes if the person represents an organization or group of people who are present and agree not to speak. The city commission staff and applicant may be allowed to cross-examine a witness. The city or the applicant will be allowed to offer rebuttal testimony. The decision to approve or deny an application or appeal may not be legally made upon the personal views as to whether a project is a good project or not, nor based on the number of people who are here to support or oppose a particular project. Law requires the decision must be made on the basis of whether the project meets the requirements of law comprehensive plan. When we get to those items, I'm going to ask those interested to stand and be sworn, but we are not there yet, so now we are at the public. Mr. Knight.
Mayor, Commissioners, Jim Knight, 85 Southeast 4th Avenue is my business address here in the Downtown Development Authority area, and my home address is 740 Havana Drive, Boca Raton. Some interesting comments and discussion items tonight. I'm going to start with the schools if I can. I'm going to try to keep it well under 3 minutes. So in Boca Raton, I think that might be one of the places referring to the A schools. Well, the A schools happen to be come about because of the private-public partnership that's out there that takes place. We have the park at Broken Sound, which is the largest employment center in all of Palm Beach County, and many businesses that are there. Now, we don't have that in Delray Beach, but guess what? We have a brand new company that's going to be coming to town, going to be building a 197,000 square foot facility at the corner of Atlantic and 441. That's Horberger Corporate of America. That's going to be the North American headquarters. 400 jobs will be coming to that intersection. If we reach out to a company like that, that's a huge opportunity to get involved with our schools and things like that and so forth. So I encourage you all to reach out and maybe have the mayor or somebody say, hey, maybe you're outside the city limits, but we're excited to have you. Help out with the Downtown Development Authority, help out with the schools, etc. As for the restaurants and the bar scene, so forth, I'm not out there when it turns into the bar scene. I'm home in bed, okay? So I'm out there at the restaurants quite often, and, you know, sometimes my bar tab can be as big as my food tab. I'll admit that, you know? So, but anyway, I think it's important that we do work with the DDA. We do be transparent and get the information out there, as well as with parking. We have this great website location that lists all the parking lots and garages and everything else, but nowhere does it say how many parking spaces you have. I drove through the Old School Square garage tonight on the way here. Yes, we are in season, a little early, it'll be 5 minutes before 5 o'clock, but there was a plethora of open spaces there. The third, fourth, and fifth floor were completely open. So I think it's important that we have the information. And when someone comes in to get a business tax receipt, give them the information about, hey, this is what you're approved for, this is what you can do, and this is what you need to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Commissioners, City Manager, Madam Attorney, Madam Clerk. Alan Costello, Big Al Steaks, 450 East Atlantic Avenue, and Chair of the DDA. Since 2019, the DDA has been a strong advocate for the hybrid licenses. The input tonight from Anthea and the Fire Chief was great. Your debate and final conclusion, I applaud it. I think it's perfect. And I just wanted to pledge the DDA support in the development of the hybrid licenses, in the implementation, in the expansion of the knowledge, whatever it is you need. We're very excited, and thank you. And I know that there's a second reading, I hope, of the in lieu parking tonight.
Yep.
And I just wanted to say that
You'll be able to come. You'll be able, that's going to be a public. That's a public item. You'll be able to comment on that at the time of that agenda item.
Well, because I'm going to go home for dinner, can I just tell you? Can I just tell you real quickly that?
Are you going to your steakhouse? I mean, the steak.
Actually, I'm going home to have. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, continue.
And I didn't bring food
but as
tonight.
A rule,
I know that's.
I'm breaking the rules, but yes, go ahead and do it.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Markert. I did not bring dinner tonight.
You never bring dinner.
I know. I knew you'd say that. I just wanted to say that I was hoping you might consider, if we're going to go to $50,000 for a parking space, that perhaps we start. I know how important it is for the rehab of buildings as opposed to the destruction. But if $30,000 is roughly the number that it costs today for a parking spot, perhaps we could start with a lower number like that and slowly inch our way up or over some sort of a schedule. And that's it. Thank you. I'm going to dinner.
Thank you.
And thank you again
Bon
for your
appetit.
decision. Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name's Kat Kelly. I'm associated with 1755 Linton Lake Drive, and then I'm also part of two nonprofit boards in the area, SICRA and the Crossroads Club. I did want to speak on the opioid grant. I know it was taken off the agenda, but I came to speak anyways, so I'm going to do so. I'm going to go closer. Today, I want to address a critical issue facing our community: how we can most effectively allocate funds from the opioid grant to combat ongoing crisis. As you know, the opioid epidemic continues to devastate families and burden our healthcare system. It's a strain on our resources. This is not the time for missteps. It is a time to deliberate, well-informed decisions. One of the most important steps we can take is to establish a knowledgeable advisory board to oversee the distribution of these funds. This board should consist of local community leaders with expertise in addiction, mental health, and recovery services. People who understand not only the science behind addiction, but also specific needs of our community. Why is this necessary? Because expertise and lived experience matter. Those working on the front lines of addiction treatment and recovery are uniquely positioned to identify programs and initiatives that yield real, measurable results. They know which strategies work and which do not. By tapping into their knowledge, we can ensure that every dollar of the opioid grant is spent effectively addressing root causes and delivering meaningful outcomes. Unfortunately, the decision to allocate funds to a DARE, a program widely recognized as ineffective preventing drug use, highlights consequences of not having such community-based board in place. Multiple studies over the past few decades have shown that DARE has failed to reduce drug use among participants. In fact, some evidence suggests that it may have inadvertently normalized the behavior it aims to prevent. It's a program that reflects good intentions but lacks the evidence-based framework. As it goes for Narcan, we are able to get Narcan for free, and it will be a waste to put funds towards more Narcan when it's always accessible for us at no cost.
Yep.
Approving this allocation is not just an oversight, but it is a missed opportunity. These funds could go to proven interventions such as MAT or medication-assisted treatment, harm reduction initiatives, or peer recovery programs. These are approaches that have been shown to save lives, reduce overdose rates, and help individuals achieve lasting recovery. We cannot afford to squander resources on programs that sound good on paper but fail in practice. A community-led advisory board would provide checks and balances needed to ensure accountability and transparency. It would bring together voices that represent a full spectrum of our community, from treatment providers to law enforcement to people in recovery. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Appreciate what you said.
Hello. My name is Cheyenne Murch, and I am the events coordinator at Subculture Coffee Del Rey, 302 Northeast 6th Ave. I am speaking to address the code violation and fine we received following a small event we held on October 27th. During our hearing with the magistrate on December 4th, we were fined $2,500 for what was considered an irreparable, irreversible violation, despite the event being minor and without any prior warning. As a new small business, this fine is significant and poses a serious financial strain. This violation was filed by a neighbor who has a long-standing tension with our owner, Rodney. This neighbor seized the opportunity to report us, but no city representative attended the event to assess its nature before issuing such a severe penalty. After speaking with several individuals familiar with the city's code enforcement, we all agreed that this ruling was unfair. To provide context, we own the property. The event was a small art bazaar featuring just 5 vendors selling their artwork, jewelry, and clothing in our parking lot. At no time were there more than 10 people shopping outside. While we did close our parking lot, we made arrangements by renting a nearby lot and posting clear signs for customers to guide them. It was quite a slow day for us with no substantial crowds. There was no need for any city resources or property, and the event could have easily accommodated a fire truck if necessary. While I understand that this event may qualify as a special event, it was hardly a large-scale gathering. We didn't throw a green market without a permit. As a new events coordinator in Del Rey, I was unaware of the permit requirements for such a gathering and did not anticipate it being classified as a special event. A warning would have allowed me to restructure, but to be punished on the first offense feels like a lack of support and grace from the city. Given the circumstances, I respectfully request that the city reconsider this ruling and reduce the fine to a warning. We have since moved the event inside, and I assure you that we will follow all necessary procedures moving forward. This code violation report from our neighbor was made out of hate, and I threw the art bazaar out of love to support our Del Rey local artists and enrich our community. I ask that instead of letting bitter people win, you make your rulings in support of those with good intentions and a commitment to doing better. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Blake Ian Goldsmith, 32 Southeast 2nd Avenue. I actually came to speak in support of Cheyenne and subculture. I honestly think I can't say anything to add that she didn't just eloquently say. Just to reiterate, their intentions are good. They're supporting young artists, artists at the beginning of their careers. I myself am a big champion of art and especially supporting artists when they're starting out. It's a very, very brave and courageous thing to do, to share your work. And that was their intention. Their intention, even above making money as a business, that was their intention. So I think in good intentions, I think good faith would make sense to, for a new business and a person who's newly trying to do that, to have some leniency and show some goodwill from the city, and knowing that there's no intention to do anything in the future that would disrupt that. I just want to, since I also still have time, I'm just going to take 10 more seconds because I wasn't aware of what Kat Kelly spoke about and just learned about it prior to this meeting from her. I couldn't think of something more urgent and more pressing and I was very happy to see all the commissioners nodding their heads while Kat Kelly spoke. That is an extremely urgent matter. And if the funds are being dispersed, those funds are the only potentially good thing or potentially healing thing that came out of one of the worst crises in this country. And I think people in Delray know about that a lot. And if it's a matter of just getting together to make sure we have the right people to decide how to disperse those funds and making sure we include experts like Kat Kelly or people she might recommend, I can't think of a more urgent matter to get to the bottom of right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi there, Deborah Walker, 1312 Northwest 2nd Street in Delray. I am a disillusioned Delray resident. I cannot understand why the cost of my annual pool pass is now $80 versus the $60 it cost me last year. On top of that, water aerobics classes now cost $15 monthly. These classes were included in the annual cost of our pool pass in previous years. Now, why am I disillusioned? I see dollars being wasted by the city 7 days per week living across the street from Pompey Park Fields. We waste money 7 nights per week by leaving the lights on until 9:30 p.m. This includes holidays and school vacation. No one is using the fields after the Rocks' football season. I very rarely see anybody there. So how much money is Florida Power and Light charging to run the lights not only at Pompey Park, but probably every lighted park run by the city of Delray? I am on a fixed income, unlike Florida Power and Light. The cost of running the lights not being used at one of the many lighted fields in Delray would pay for the increases to my pool fees. Look around for other wasted dollars that would have my cost stay at $60. To name one additional cost savings is the money spent on the signs on Atlantic Avenue, Welcome to Delray, and directions to the beach, parks, and museums. These signs cannot be easily read. We use GPS for everything. Use it to alert people to Delray and its amenities. While you work on our big costs, please look at small dollars that impact residents on fixed incomes. I'd like to be able to go to the pool for $60 and have water aerobics included in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Walker.
Hi, I'm Joy Howell. Can I speak on the closure of 7th now?
Well, you're supposed to. Now is when you have to speak on the closure of 7th.
Okay, great. Then
Now.
I want to do that.
No, it's not.
No.
It's not. You are not
Okay.
a quasi judicial. I was going to mention to you. You all said you wanted to speak, so I wasn't going to close it until.
Okay. Anyway, I live at 25 Northwest 24th Court here in Delray. But I wanted to just give you a little perspective as a property owner on 7th Avenue. We own 4 properties on Northeast 7th, which we bought in 2014 and 2015. When we bought there were hypodermic needles out in the curb in the street, so the street has definitely improved, shall we say. But 7th Avenue was not closed then. And this, of course, predated the settlement with Atlantic Crossing, as you all know. I would say that people going past on what is a fairly narrow street, like it's hard for 2 cars to be parked on each side of 7th, directly across from each other, routinely 40, 45, 50 miles an hour on that street. It was extremely uncomfortable to be walking along. So I'm here because we all lived through Atlantic Crossing. We know where we are on that project. And I know about what the settlement agreement said and about the neighborhood compatibility that had to be found to approve the project based on the closure of 7th. And I just want to say thank you for putting this issue forward now. Thank you, Mayor Carney. Thank you, each of you. I know all of you have walked the neighborhood, taken the time to really check it out, and I know all of you care about neighborhood integrity. In my opinion, if it is not closed permanently, Atlantic Crossing, the increased density for retail, for restaurants, just for traffic going in and out, servicing the restaurants and the various shops there, will destroy what 7th Avenue and have repercussions over into 8th or 9th. And I believe that because of the neighborhood compatibility piece, that we don't need to wait and do a traffic study. We should move forward, close 7th now, as expeditiously as you can. And I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Gail Clark, 124 Northeast 7th Avenue. No one knows more than I about the street because I'm 2 houses from the end of that road. Since the temporary closing has been there, I've done my own traffic study. I've counted cars coming through. I've talked to the people speeding through. We've put a sign up saying dead end. We've resented the people that drive through. And I've talked to a lot of them. The problem is they think it's an open road. Google Maps says that is an open road. Google is not aware of the fact that we're closing the road, so I now can't blame people. We will never have calming traffic there if that road is not permanently closed and it's not adjusted on the map system so people don't think it. They're not avoiding the signs that say don't enter. They're just not aware. And many of them are people from a lot of different license tags. They honestly think it's a cut through. It's never going to calm if we don't do that. So I'm asking, it's time to close it. This is the 3rd election cycle that it has been discussed, promised, ignored. Thank you so much for getting it on the agenda and for us to vote. Let's hopefully tonight settle this once and for all so we can stop that problem on 7th. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi. Benita Goldstein, 302 Northeast 7th Avenue. Historic Hartman House. For those of you who may know of it, it is a locally designated historic home. And we've been there now for 14 years. And there has been a lot of changes, but at the same time, there's been a lot of traffic and a lot of speeding. And basically, I want to reach out to Mayor Carney and say thank you for delivering on your campaign promise, which is to bring this up. I hope we'll have the support of everyone. It's our neighborhood, so we're just trying to keep it all together and not have it infiltrated. And I just want to make one other mention. There is an alleyway that we kind of cheat sheet now. It goes from 1st Street right to 2nd Street. Probably would need to make that a one-way going south so people can't use the alleyway to head north up to our neighborhood. Because that would be, if you close 7th Avenue, which you hopefully will do, that alleyway will provide another access. So I'm offering that up as well. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much.
Hi. Hi, good evening. Laura Simon, Executive Director of the Downtown Development Authority. I was watching from my office on the previous discussion about the bona fide restaurants, which was a presentation. And while I appreciate, this actually being brought to you all as a concern or an opportunity to look at change, I would hope that, and I appreciate the commissioners recognizing that the Downtown Development Authority should be part of the process versus just communicating whatever the outcome is. because this is always been the way in the past, as long as I've been here and before. I know that we work together towards solutions as an organization with the city, because we are predominantly, as the downtown, are predominantly the ones that are impacted most for this. So we've also really grown our city based on our nighttime economy, which is a model for many around the nation and around our county and our state. So we really should recognize that and really work together. And I appreciate the solutions that are brought forward. I know the hybrid was brought up as an opportunity, but that was back in 2019 when we did a workshop with the entire restaurant community, the DDA. We brought in and sponsored Jim Peters in, and I have a letter of outcomes that also includes, which I'll submit and share with you all, that includes other options. So there's a lot of different opportunities that we can look at if we're part of that process. I don't know if you all made a decision tonight, because I wasn't clear if there was, I'm not sure why we're making a decision under presentations, but it would be great to be able to talk about what those are and be part of the process. We had a board meeting yesterday, and that wasn't part of that discussion. We want to be part of it. We really appreciate what you, and I know that our restaurant community wants to be part of that solution too. So, and really wants to be a partner with the city. So I just look forward to hopefully having that further those discussions and working with staff and the team as well. So
we just sent direction that what we thought we would like with conditional use
Sure.
and real use, and permitted use,
Okay.
and send it down to the boards. So
Oh, good.
you will all be, weighing in and creating and
So the
that it'll
percentage
ultimately
was
come back to us
changed?
after all the
Okay.
collaboration that you've just
Excellent.
described should be necessary. So
Awesome.
it's going to come back to us after all
Okay.
of your input.
Awesome, great, that's beautiful. And then I know one of our board members had also reckoned, actually, and Al as well, talking about the in lieu, so we'll talk about that later. So,
Yeah, that'll be later. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Brian Rosen, 106 Northeast 16th Street, Delray Beach, currently Vice Chair on the DDA, and was just coming in tonight. I just figured, since we were talking about the Bona fide restaurant, and it was something we brought up in our DDA meeting, looking for better understanding what was to be discussed. Just so I understand it, because if it's 15% based on above the seats, and that's a decrease in the current occupancy, I just want to understand what the percentage decrease might be in some of these occupancy numbers, if that makes sense.
I'm not sure it's supposed to be an occupancy. It's going to come down to you all.
Right. As long as nothing's changed yet, because I wasn't quite clear on the numbers, because there's like 3 different numbers.
We're just trying to get the policy moving down to everybody so that something comes back to us.
And then the other thing, again, I'm just touching base, and I know in our DDA meeting we talked about, and there was a motion to share the 2019 policies and procedures for the code enforcement with you guys, just to bring it back up to you guys and staff, because apparently the policies and procedures were removed maybe a year ago and there aren't any, and it would be great, again, just sharing with all of our businesses and merchants, that ask us, the DDA, how things work. It'd be great to make sure that we got something in place. So take a look at that, revisit that if you
Thank you
could.
very much.
Thank you so much, and appreciate it.
Good evening, Mayor Carney, Commissioners, City Manager. My name is Jack Indicue. I reside at 419 Northeast 8th Avenue, and I simply want to summarize or confirm some of the concerns that were shared by our residents before. But I also speak on behalf of many more Palm Trail residents who are in the audience. Some already have left, probably to have dinner with Al. And many more who are not here tonight. We had a meeting last night where we had 50 people show up for a neighborhood charrette, because we are an engaged community and we really value your interest in addressing the concerns of the residents and the neighborhoods of Delray Beach. Bringing up the closure of Northeast 7th has been, it's a big night for us tonight. This has been a priority for the neighborhood for many years, and we've had countless discussions with many of you, and we appreciate now that we get to this point, and we thank you, and we hope you'll do the right thing, because there may be some complications. Things never are as easy as they seem, but I believe all of you and city staff has the means, if there's a will to get this done. So we thank you, and we look forward to a favorable outcome.
Thank you very much. Are you finished?
Yeah, I'm finished. You know what the concerns are, right? With speeding and traffic and safety and all that. It's fairly straightforward. By now, you guys have probably brainwashed.
You sent a very eloquent letter to all of us.
Yeah, indeed. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Niku. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? Seeing none, public comment is closed.
Mayor, may I address a couple things just for the folks regarding a couple items that came up for folks before they leave? Just a couple quick things that came up during comment.
Of course.
I just wanted to first address the subculture issue. And I really appreciate the folks who came and spoke about that. I agree with you. It does feel a bit punitive to me that we charged, that you were charged $2,500 for that, instead of giving a warning or like a small fine as a warning. And I know that you guys aren't even going to be doing that event anymore that way, correct? So for all intents and purposes, you've learned your lesson. And this has been this company's existed in Delray Beach for a long time. They just got a location that they now own in our city. And from what I know about it, they've always worked well with the city. They're not a difficult business to work with. And so I think that it would behoove us to show a little mercy here. Is it possible? I mean, I know it's a magistrate decision. Do we have the authority to ratchet back that fine, or is there anything we have the option to do?
I don't believe the city commission has that authority. I'll ask city attorney to please chime in to that effect. However, there may be an avenue to have the matter readdressed, and I think it would be appropriate legally that be discussed, if you don't mind, Madam City Attorney.
That's not really something we should be.
Well,
that's not something we really should discuss here.
That's fine. We could discuss it at the end of the meeting or something. I just wanted to at least address it while those folks were still here. If we can't
comment,
yeah.
That's something.
And one other thing, the fees for the pool. I mean, can we go back to what they used to be? It's not really a cash grab for the city to charge folks more to use the public pool. I just wanted to reference it while
they're there. I understand. Normally this would be commissioner comment.
We can circle back to it at commissioner comment. I just wanted to at least address it while the folks are still here. We don't have to have an answer right now. That's all I got. Thanks.
Okay, great. So we have the consent agenda. I need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay. 7AA, which is the discussion on the closure of 7th Avenue. Missy Barletto, you are up. But I wanted to just clarify one thing at the outset, because I know we all received a letter. And I just wanted to confirm that my conversations with the city attorney, that there is no legal obstacle for us in closing this. There is no notice requirement that we're denying. We're absolutely free. We're not touching the land that was involved in that in the settlement agreement. So this is really outside the settlement agreement, that we're still free to pursue that at some other time. So all we're doing is exercising our right to close our own street.
Correct. There's no notice requirement. I read the letter. There's no notice requirement. I mean, clearly there was some notice provided because it's on the agenda.
I know, he wrote, right.
But as far as from the settlement agreement, no, you're well within your rights to have this discussion.
Right, perfect. Just wanted to get the legal thing off, because in case anybody had that issue. Ms. Barletto.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Missy Barletto, Director of Public Works. I have with me Anthea Giannotes, the Director of Development Services. And I have a very brief presentation for you. So I wanted to show you, starting off here, exactly which intersection we're talking about. It's marked here with a star in the upper right-hand corner of this slide.
You took that picture today.
I took that picture off of Google Earth. That picture has been on Google Earth.
With the motorcycle in front of it?
Yeah. Yeah, and we will talk about the illegal parking as we get later.
Well, no, that's look, I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that too.
Presentation, but and you can even see that I got it off Google Earth because the directional signs are there on all the streets.
I'm just saying, this is what I took today.
It looks like that
Looks like
every
the same motorcycle.
day.
He's been there. He's overparked.
It looks like that every day. Well, you know, there's no parking restrictions on places that are not parking spaces.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Atlantic Crossing settlement that was reached in 2017 provides for a few things involving this intersection. Both of the parties in that settlement agreed to looking to clarify site plan requirements for off-site improvements and signalization at a future date. And that's important. The developer, Edwards Atlantic and Edwards Intracoastal, has paid so far just under $210,000 toward the permanent closure of this intersection, as was required in the settlement agreement. The city's responsibility is to evaluate area traffic patterns to determine, at the city's sole discretion, whether Northeast 7th Avenue is to be permanently closed, partially closed, or left open with the installation of traffic calming. The commission is to determine which of those options is chosen, taking input from staff and from the neighborhood that's outlined in the settlement agreement. So this is the site plan that is currently adopted. The area in red is the intersection that we're discussing this evening. That is an off-site improvement. The off-site improvements have not achieved final approval. They've not gone through the permitting process. So even though this cul-de-sac is shown here on this piece of property, that has not been approved yet. There's no formal action that's been taken on that piece of property. The area is currently required by Edwards Atlantic for construction staging for their project. Last night, as you heard from several of the residents of the Palm Trail neighborhood, we had our kickoff meeting to prepare a neighborhood plan for the Palm Trail neighborhood. Actually, there were more than 60 residents in attendance last night. We did a charrette that was designed to gather input from the community on items such as stormwater management. One of the things they've asked for many, many times over the years, a tree overlay and landscaping improvements and for their neighborhood, as well as traffic issues that are experienced throughout the neighborhood. There were several different groups of residents that provided input. There was an overwhelming show of support expressed by the community at this meeting for the permanent closure of this intersection. It was on every single list of improvements they're looking to see happen. So there was no one who spoke against it. So staff input. Right now the intersection is closed. Traffic studies will be conducted as a part of the Atlantic Crossing settlement. Once Atlantic Crossing development is fully constructed and at full capacity, so that the traffic studies will actually give us an accurate database for how that development is going to impact traffic patterns in the area. So the priority of that traffic calming study is directed toward whether or not there is a traffic light that will be needed at the intersection of Northeast 1st Street and Northeast 6th Avenue. So that is that's the priority, and it may or may not warrant when that time comes. In addition to that, we will look at the traffic pattern and flow as it is at the time of those traffic studies. So if Commission decides this evening to move forward with permanent closure of the intersection, staff supports that decision. It's certainly possible to do that at this time. We will recommend that we do a gated structure there, allowing for the passage of police and fire vehicles only. They'll be able to have a key card or a preemption button that will open and close the gate. That will keep, because right now, if you think about it, the only ingress and egress from that first 2 blocks of Palm Trail neighborhood is to come in off of 2nd Street, right? So that's a 2-block backup for a fire truck. That's a pretty decent distance, and people park along the street there a lot. So it's a very constrained traffic. So we would need to put up a gate that police and fire will have access to get in and out without having to back down the roadway. There is signage there, as some of the residents have already mentioned. The signage needs to be enhanced. It needs to be done better. We'll need to do some more no parking zones along the roadway that are enforceable by the police department. Because at this time, one of the biggest problems that we get regular complaints is from the people who live along Northeast 7th Avenue, just north of where the intersection is blocked off, with people who block their driveways. They will sometimes in the evenings, you'll find Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, you'll find people parking the entire width of the roadway and just blocking off everybody's ingress and egress to their homes. So we'll need to do a stepped up enforcement of that in order to not create additional problem. And there again is what it looks like. That is all the information really we have for you this evening, and we look forward to your robust discussion. Oh yeah. I didn't say that. It was on the slide, but I didn't say it out loud. But we do want to maintain the pedestrian connection. We're not going to gate it off so that you can't walk from the neighborhood into Veterans Park.
Correct. Anthea, do you have anything you wish to add?
So, no, I mean, the neighborhood is, very aware, and they've been suffering through the construction. The only thing I would add is that if you permanently close it now, just keep in mind the traffic light is coming. It might be a desirable way out, possibly in the future. So those are part of the reasons why waiting for investing final dollars, once we all know kind of what the end result is not the worst thing either. But the most, I think, important thing is to be able to walk to dinner, but not get the people driving out through the neighborhood from Atlantic Crossing, that type of thing. Right? Okay.
Well, they were relatively adamant last night, so.
They know what they want.
So, but anyway, thank you both very much. To the commission, Mr. Long.
So did we not talk about this last year? What did we vote on last year? Just remind me. I'm trying to remember. So I was like, I thought we already had frankly talked about a permanent closure last year.
Yes, we've talked about it multiple times. Commission direction to us last year was to wait until after the traffic studies have been done, so that the commission has a more detailed, informed decision process.
And the cul-de-sac is not possible at this juncture.
Right.
So we would have to use a different design for the closure, because Edwards has the right to use their property to finish their project.
Yeah.
So we can't do the what's indicated on the site plan. But again, the settlement agreement clearly gives the commission purview over when and how the intersection is addressed. So.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for updating or reminding me what we kind of spoke about last year. I knew my position at the time was that I am in favor of a permanent closure. And maybe at the time we didn't realize that the traffic study would still be kind of not have happened yet. I'm not sure, but I'd be willing to support a closure as soon as possible, with the one caveat being that the contractor still is able, it doesn't in any way impact the contractor's ability to complete the project on time. I don't want to have any delays to the construction, but other than that, I would advocate for the immediate closure.
Mr. Marker.
Yeah, I'll be really quick. I was at the event last night. Both ears were open. The residents were unanimous in what they want from us, and that carries all the weight in the world for me. I think the solution of having a gate for the police and the firemen, assuming that's okay with our two chiefs, that will work. And I agree with what Rob said. We don't want to do anything right now to delay this project. We've put the residents through some harder times there. They talked about that last night, and I'm in support of this, so I think we should do this right away.
Commissioner Burns.
Yes, I was supporting it a year ago and a year and a half ago. And
3 years ago,
It's
5
time to
years.
get it done. I agree that, a accessible gate for safety measures, but yeah, I'm in support of it.
Commissioner Casal.
Yeah, I was in support of it 3 years ago. I think I'm the longest
No,
standing supporter.
2012, when I was on the commission.
Okay, you win.
I was the
You
first
win,
one
Mayor
to say to
Carney.
close stuff.
And
that's the truth.
Missy, you explained a lot about what's involved in our conversation. I think it would be good if, at some point you meet with the community and explain to them the process of how you're going to get to the end. And obviously there are options with respect to designing it that can make it one way or another. And I'm sure that the residents will have adequate input. So there you are.
Well, I think we have consensus, so can I get a motion to ask staff to create the design, do whatever you need to do and start the process, and let's get this thing closed. We are, this officially closing it so that we can inform Google Maps so they're not speeding up the street.
It's closed now, though.
It is, but it's not on Google.
Not on Google.
Yeah.
Well,
Got to get a permanent
So
closure.
It's
Permanent. I
Yeah.
make a motion that staff make a design, do something to make this happen.
Can you include in your motion that we utilize the funds that are existing in the account for
yes,
this
the Edwards
purpose?
funds, yes, that's fine.
You just
That's-
include that in your motion would be great.
Yeah, it doesn't affect us down the road if we want to do the cul-de-sac. We still have those options, so this is a really,
And
this
these
is
are
a
funds
win-win.
already allocated for this, correct?
Yes, these
Should be
are
a win-win.
are funds that were provided in the settlement agreement for the closure of this intersection.
I would like to include the funds
Before
that were
Angela, can I
included.
just ask a quick question? There was a resident who stood up and talked about the alleyway, and that came up last night as well. Can we ask the staff to look at that situation as
We
well?
will.
Yeah,
We'll definitely take a look at that because it doesn't make sense to close one opening
Okay.
and make
Yeah,
another more popular.
That doesn't have to be in the motion, does it?
No, you're
No.
No, it doesn't sound like it.
So
My bad.
my motion includes staff designing some beautiful closure permanently and including the money that was allocated originally for this purpose.
I need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
When you close that off, if the motorcycle's still there, I want it.
There's a motorcycle.
Oh, okay.
There's a
We'll
motorcycle.
share.
going.
We'll share. You can drive. I'll sit in the back.
Okay, we'll
Great.
put a seat
Done.
added to it.
Now we have 7BB, which is former item 6K2. I pulled this, and let me tell you why I pulled it. In reading the staff report, and I have no particular, I don't know the companies, well, I know who, obviously, I know who the main Ed Morris is. But when you are giving contracts out for the repair of our vehicles, it's not helpful to me to say, a site visit to these facilities was not necessary as they previously worked for us. Because in that business, we don't know whether or not they're taking it there, they're outsourcing it to other places. When you repair vehicles now, you need, under in the state of Florida, you need different licenses if you're going to repair aluminum vehicles, metal. So I'm just saying, I'm not comfortable in approving a contract unless the city's gone out and seen the facilities where they're going to be doing the work.
Yeah, we did do our due diligence on that. One of the companies that put in to provide
saw that.
these services was denied because they do not have the appropriate facilities. So that due diligence was completed.
So I'm just saying, a site visit was not necessary as these contractors previously provided satisfactory services to the city. That means 3 of them you didn't visit.
So we didn't go to the site and look at it, but we know that those services are available through their certifications and other work.
Okay. I'm just cautioning that I think that anytime we give contracts out to people to do work, we ought to at least look at the facilities where they're doing the work.
Understood.
So,
Mayor,
yes?
do you want to defer this for a week so the purchasing department can do their due diligence? If there's
Yeah, I mean,
consensus
I
for
think
that?
so. I would like to defer. I would like to defer this because I never feel comfortable when we haven't looked at it.
So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recommend that this come back to the January 7th meeting. I think we'll be able to adequately get ourselves squared away in that regard. We have 1 week. We're finalizing that particular agenda. So, Missy, would 1 week work, or can we make it happen January 7th?
Let's make it in a week. We can do it.
Okay, very well.
I'm sure it's fine, but just I'd like people to have their eyes on something.
With the proviso that we update that, and quite frankly, Mayor, you and I had a discussion about this not very long ago. I share the same and support the same observation that we do as much due diligence as we can in terms of site visits as well. So, not an issue. We'll pursue this for a consent agenda item 1 week from today with the proviso that we complete the noted review process, or due diligence process, I should correctly state.
So do we need a motion to defer? Can I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. 7A, Resolution 226-24. Do you want to read the resolution? This is a quasi-judicial matter. Let me ask anybody who's wishing to speak on 7A or 7B or 8C, if you could please stand and be sworn by the clerk. The instructions have already been read.
By the authority vested in me as a notary of the state of Florida, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you all.
Resolution number 226-24, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, approving a waiver request to section 4.1.4B and 4.1.4D of the Land Development Regulations to allow construction of a non-workforce housing single-family residential structure on Lot 2 of the property located at 302 Southeast 4th Street, as more particularly described herein, providing for an effective date and further purposes. This is quasi-judicial.
I'm not getting excited. Take your time. I'll wait for you. We'll be taking a break for a moment until the mayor returns. I don't know.
That might be the idea.
There are no, the snacks are not. Anyway. Thank you, everyone. Do you want to read the file into the record while he's absent?
Good evening, Anthea Geniotis, Development Services Director, and I'd like to enter file number 2024-241 into the record.
Thank you very much. If you don't mind waiting a moment.
Oh.
I'm sorry, what would you?
I thought you were going to do ex parte.
Oh, I can do ex parte if you like. I have none. Ms. Burns?
No.
If anything was on the server, I should say. I
Right, yeah,
apologize.
anything that's on the server.
Yes, thank you.
I don't have any, no.
Thank you very much. Do we not need their ex parte, or we can
I think they can do
collect
it
that
during the
later?
hearing.
Okay, if the applicant would like to present, you may begin. Thank you. I apologize.
Good evening, Mayor Commissioners. Corey O'Gorman, Place Planning, 700 US Highway 1, Suite C, North Palm Beach. I'm here with Garrett Bender, the property owner, who has also taken a moment of a break. He'll be back in very shortly, I'm sure. Have a brief presentation for you this evening regarding the request for waiver at 302 Southeast 4th Street. We sincerely appreciate your time and consideration.
Could you just hold on for one moment? We gave ex parte if you want to get yours.
Oh,
and
I've
Mr.
had no
Marcus.
ex parte communication at all in this file.
Okay, Mr.
But I have read the
Markert,
full file.
Do you have any ex parte communication on this item?
No.
Thank you. You may continue, and I will lateral back to the mayor.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Corey O'Gorman, Place Planning. And I'm also here with Garrett Bender, who is the property owner. The site on your agenda this evening is at the southeast corner of 4th Street and 3rd Avenue in the Oak Park subdivision. This is a survey of the site. The property is comprised of two platted lots of record, lots 1 and 2, Block 4 of Osceola Park, which have 46.9 and 46.8 feet of frontage, respectively, on Southeast 4th Street, and both lots have 130 feet of lot depth. The section 4.1.4 of the City Code specifies that a residential structure shall not be constructed on a lot of record with less than 50 feet of frontage, but provides an exemption for construction of workforce housing lots in R1A, RL, RM districts for lots with a minimum of 40 feet of frontage. because Lot 1 is a corner lot and has frontage on both Southeast 3rd Avenue and Southeast 4th Street, it exceeds the minimum required frontage for workforce housing, and a waiver is not needed. However, Lot 2 frontage is on Southeast 4th Street only, and since the alley frontage is not considered for the frontage purposes, a waiver would be required in order to build market rate housing. Regarding the waiver criteria under 2.4.11, City Commission is permitted to grant a waiver to the requirements for workforce housing if findings are made consistent with these provisions. Regarding adverse effects on the neighborhood, this is a waiver request to allow development of market rate housing only on Lot 2. Homes in the same block and nearby blocks have been developed over a long period of time, including those for market rate housing and workforce housing. And development of this lot as a market rate home would have no adverse impacts on the neighborhood. Regarding provision of public services, the proposal will result in a net increase of one single-family home. Impacts to public facilities and services will be de minimis and will be offset through the payment of permit fees and impact fees designed to ensure that the public services and facilities are in place to accommodate new development. And as a result, the waiver would not have any impact on public services. Regarding any unsafe situations, the proposed waiver addresses only the ability to sell the home at market rate. The design and construction of the new home will comply with all other applicable city and building codes and would not create any unsafe conditions. Regarding any special privilege, other lots of a similar size in the area have been developed for market rate housing, and granting the waiver would not grant any special privilege. Oh, I'm sorry, I went the wrong way. The new homes proposed have not yet been designed, although the intent of the owner is to build in a manner consistent with some recently constructed homes in the neighborhood. The picture in the slide is from a block just to the south of the subject parcel. That really concludes our presentation. We sincerely thank you for your time and consideration. We believe the request complies with the findings necessary to approve a waiver, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. To the city.
Okay. Hopefully it's there.
It's gone.
It's gone. Yay. Okay. Okay. So I think you have a pretty good overview of sort of the area and the condition. I just want to go over what the LDR says. This is this is land that consists of 2 lots of record, and it's important that they're lots of records in the determination. They're within the plat for Osceola Park plan, Osceola Park's plat on Block 4. So this is the plat as it was laid out many years ago. Here's Block 4. And I think what's important to note is that the entire block is comprised of lots that are less than 50 feet. That's how the neighborhood was originally platted. So if this was in another zoning district besides R1A, you wouldn't be able to separate them and develop them as 2 different lots. There was a determination made when the provisions were put in that 50 feet was close enough to the 60 that is required now to sort of allow these smaller lots to develop. The allowance for at least 40 feet of frontage, meaning that the lot engages the street for a minimum of 40 feet at the time, I think was really targeted towards remnant parcels that had not been developed. So certainly these lots were never developed separately. However, I think in this case it's important to look at the original plat and that there are lots of neighboring properties that were developed just on their lot and they're not income restricted. So lot 1 has frontage on 2 streets. It well exceeds the minimum of 40 feet. The other one is less than 50. It has 46.6, and that's why it's tripping the workforce housing. You could let the market rate house come on one lot and still achieve a workforce unit. Workforce prices are actually remarkably high if you look at what you're allowed to charge for rentals. Ultimately, the criteria that Mr. Gorman presented is what you look at, whether you're adversely affecting the neighborhood. It's a neighborhood comprised of lots of this size, so it's probably not an adverse impact there. It doesn't really affect public facilities because it results in one house. There's an unsafe situation. It will be built to the Florida Building Code and all the other requirements, so that's not going to happen. Ultimately, I think the key criteria to decide is whether it's a special privilege or not. The surrounding lot area does have lots of similar sizes comprised of market rate homes. However, this one wasn't developed independently before, and the city needs workforce housing. And ultimately, I think that we've had previous discussions on these questions. Some of you that are on the dais have actually heard previous waivers in other areas of the city, as well as in Osceola Park, where someone who just had a house on one of these smaller lots wanted to build a different house because that house was old, it wasn't historic, nobody was trying to get them to keep it. But once you've scraped the land, like, we're starting over. We would never apply a workforce situation in that situation. The code doesn't recognize sort of these nuances. So now that we've had a couple of these waivers go in, some that were approved, the 822 North Lake was approved, but there was another one that was denied because it should have been workforce, and they demolished it without a permit. And there were other things that had in that unique case led to a denial. So there's both. I think the most important thing is to look at this particular property and its specific location, and staff will take the decision of these waivers and hopefully try to clarify how we're going to apply these rules in the future. So again, this is 2 legal lots of record, 1 house, tear them down, make 2 distinct properties. That's it. I'm here if you have questions.
Yes. If there's any members of the public wishing to speak on this, please come to the lectern, give your name and address. You will have 3 minutes. Mr. Quinlan.
Yeah, James Quinlan, 925 Southeast 2nd Avenue, Osceola Park. A couple things. The reason I showed up, because I wasn't able to find out beforehand. This has been done before, and as a neighborhood, we overall approve of it. As long as the lots are going back to the original plat, which this seems to be, and then the existing structure on lot 1, does it follow the current setback rules of the city as they are now? Because that's always a concern, that as long as in some ways, doesn't matter how small the lot is, as long as you follow the current setback rules, and your neighbors will be happy. So does it? That's the only question that hasn't been answered.
They're still subject to whatever the setbacks are.
They will be subject, I believe, and Mr. Gorman can clarify when he responds, that it's intended to be 2 completely new structures.
Oh, 2, because like the existing structure, there's an existing structure on 1 lot. And if they happen to leave that structure, you get what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying.
Okay. Does it fit the existing setback rules if they leave that existing structure?
Could I ask Anthea? He's making a great point. Thank you. Yeah. We saw this come in front of us with Mr. Bernardo when the lot in question was narrow, such that the complaint was, we can only put something on here that resembles a metal cargo unit, and so therefore can we get a reduction in the setbacks? So with this consideration, he's asking a valid question.
Like that, the existing house, if they leave it, does it follow
they're probably not. Are they? We don't know if they're leaving the house, and I don't think we can even ask that, right? I mean, that's not really. But the point is, the setbacks will remain the same. If they need an exception, they'll have to come in front of us and ask.
One more thing, usually, like right now, the 2 lots are connected, right?
This is quasi-judicial.
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
Thank you.
And then we can.
We'll get to all that. Yeah,
but the 2 lots are connected currently, and so when they do split them, if they do leave that house that's existing there, does it follow that setback rules? Because then it would be breaking the rules. Because usually they won't let you split the lots if there's a house
I
that's
see what
breaking
you're
those
Right.
rules. So, I don't know where the property the property lines in the existing house, do they conflict, or is it?
We will answer your question in due course, but the general rule is if you can't break a lot and create a non-conforming situation.
Yeah, right, correct. Nice to see everybody. Thank you very much.
Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? Is there any cross-examination between the city and the applicant? Seeing none, to the commission.
Do you
Commission?
want to do rebuttal to answer?
Or rebuttal?
Yeah, perhaps.
I'm sorry.
So
That's what I thought I was.
I know, just because we're. It's probably me not knowing how this works. Okay, so to answer the question by the public, that the property can't be separated until the house that's there is removed because it is too close to the lot line if they become two distinct properties. So it will require demolition of the existing structure, and I believe the intent is to build two distinct houses. They would have to meet setbacks, and Southeast Third is 50 feet right now, and I don't think requires a dedication. I don't remember. I'm sorry, I won't speak to that. So they would have to meet the side street setback on Third, the interior setback, and the rest, and they could use the alley for access if it's navigable.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the intent is to demolish the existing structure and build two distinctly separate homes, complying with all current zoning and land development regulations.
Thank you. Any other? Public comment is closed. To the commission. Oh, I'm going to start with Commissioner Casal. It's very biblical. First will be last will be first.
No, I mean,
That's
I
okay.
think that kind of answered my question. I'm
Okay.
concerned.
Commissioner Burns.
Same here. That answered the question that the resident raised, and so I'm good.
Commissioner Marker.
Yeah, I also don't have any concerns.
Yeah, I think, great presentation. Everything's pretty clear. I'm okay with this waiver. I think it makes sense in this case.
Having done several of these myself, it's very tough sometimes when you go into some of these more established neighborhoods, and the people who were putting the plats together in 1929 weren't thinking of what the land development regulations of the city would look like here in 2024. And I went up and down this street and looked at. They're all the new houses coming in are looking like the rendering that won't be the exact one, but look kind of like that house. So I really have no problem with it. I understand the issue with workforce housing, but if these were not platted lots, I would feel differently. But they are, and so I will support this this waiver. But I need a motion to approve.
I move resolution number, which one is it? That's what I thought. Okay, 226-24.
Second.
To quasi judicial. So call the roll, please. So you weren't ready.
Commissioner Market?
Yes.
Deputy Vice Mayor Long?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cassell?
No, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Carney?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Next resolution, 7B. This is also quasi-judicial. Those of you who, if you have not yet been sworn, anybody's not been sworn yet to speak on 7B? You've sworn? Okay, good. Please read the resolution.
Resolution 240-24, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, granting a waiver request to Section 4.4.19H3 of the Land Development Regulations, approving overhead doors facing a public right-of-way for the property located at 1215 Milford Street, as more particularly described herein, providing an effective date and for other purposes.
Please introduce the file.
Anthea Geniotis, Development Services Director, and I'd like to enter file 2023-099 into the record, and the applicant is here with an overview of the request.
Have there been any ex parte communications on this matter at all from the commission?
Only what might be
Nope.
on the server.
You're on.
On the server.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Kristen Nowicki with WGI. Our office address is 3230 West Commercial Boulevard, Suite 300 in Fort Lauderdale. And I am here representing 1215 Milford Street LLC. Our applicant is going through the site plan and replat review process for a 5,600 square foot commercial building that's warehouse style with overhead doors. And the uses would be those in the light industrial they would meet the required types of uses. We don't have tenants yet though, but the design is for 2 tenant spaces with accessory office and mezzanine space. I'm gonna start here. The location of the project is just off of Linton Boulevard at 95 in the Wallace Drive area. There currently is several car dealerships in the area as well as other industrial buildings across the street and in the vicinity. There's a storage yard to our north and a single-family home to the east. The current lot, or the subject lot, actually used to have a single-family home on it just until a couple of years ago. There's still a few in the vicinity, but for the most part, the area has seen a lot of redevelopment and more of an industrial style. This redevelopment plan in Wallace Drive was adopted 20 years ago. But the point I want to make is the intent of this area is for light industrial, commercial, and office uses, with the appropriate uses being those mixed industrial, commercial, fabricating, manufacturing type uses. So the reason I'm here today is to request a waiver from section 4.4.19H3, which states overhead doors are prohibited from facing a public right-of-way. And again, as I just noted, this is in an area where we have uses that are encouraged to be in buildings that would have overhead doors. So specifically, right across the street, and I was mentioning a few others in the area, but right across the street there is another warehouse-style building with overhead doors facing the exact same street. That building also received this similar waiver, as did a couple others in this district. So we did, of course, look at how to rearrange the site to not, have to ask for a waiver and just follow the code. Unfortunately, with loading and unloading, site coordination, it was not going to work with a truck access to go into a building or even to make a safe turn. So the location of the site being a single family lot before, it is quite a small lot. So we are requesting the waiver to allow those 2 overhead doors to face the public right of way. Discussing the criteria from your code, we are not adversely affecting any of the neighbors. As I noted, many have the same condition and have received the same waiver. There is not any diminishment of provision of public facilities, as it's a small building. We're not affecting public facilities. We are actually also creating additional easements for utilities, and we're not creating any unsafe situations. In fact, if I could add, being on a corner kind of puts more eyes on the street, because as of right now it is a vacant site. As far as granting any special privileges that wouldn't have been provided to other property owners, as I noted, several of them already have received this waiver, so it is not a special privilege. And I do also want to add that regarding neighbors and surrounding areas, the property to the east that is still a older single-family home, we are not opening the doors to face that side, so they will not see the doors. The only side that would see the doors are the other warehouses across the street that already have doors. So this is a rendering of the elevation of the proposed building. 28-foot wide door on the north side and a 18-foot wide door on the south. Then I also wanted to talk about what we're doing for screening. So we have the 2 doors with the corner site. So if you were standing anywhere on either Milford or Gwinsell and could see the doors, we're providing 11 trees across that area, planted at 16 feet tall. And overall, those 11 trees, there's 22 for the whole site and 9 palms. But for this area, the 11 trees, Eagleston hollies, green buttonwoods, and crepe myrtles. Just a couple aerials. We've got the site itself. This is a pointer, right? The subject site, and then directly across the street are the 2 warehouse buildings that have the overhead doors. And then also up to the north, those 2 buildings, I have another picture of those also having overhead doors facing the right-of-way. From the street view, this is the site as it sits today. It is vacant. As I said, there was a house there, still a small fence remaining. And these are the other warehouses nearby. It's actually, I believe it was the same architect. So they have multiple doors facing the right-of-way and are much larger doors. So we agree with your staff's recommendation to approve the waiver for the overhead doors, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. To the city.
Okay. So I don't have a lot to add, although except to say on the record that staff does make recommendations. So we'll say that. So
I was going to ask
right.
that.
I know, I saw your eyebrows go up.
I didn't know if the rules changed when I went out of the room for that.
I changed them. So, but I do. This is the 3rd waiver of this type that we're hearing in this area, and ultimately, if this board decides to grant this waiver, I think that is a pretty clear indication that perhaps the standard in the code is sort of overreaching, maybe. So you have I think you have a good overview of the site. The only thing I would add is that Milford is considered the front of the property because it's the narrowest portion, and that's not where the overhead doors are. That's where the architecture, sort of implies the front. They're facing another street that also has overhead doors. I don't want to just make you go through everything you just looked at again. The most important things for us is that the unloading and loading that could happen on the site, there's adequate room in front of the doors on the private property, that the right-of-way is not going to be required, and the site plan certainly indicates that it's capable of doing that. The interior elevations don't have windows and doors, which in an industrial district helps contain sound and noise and other things that can happen with the uses that might be located there. And again, I think, and the applicant's already put it on the record, that the doors are not facing sort of that remaining outlying single-family house. The neighborhood's well-established with industrial uses. It's got 62 feet of setback with parking and landscaping in between the doors and the right-of-way. So it's all, have a rather neat, clean appearance. And ultimately, the question of whether the design as it's presented with the overhead doors facing Grinzel is somehow going to adversely affect the neighborhood. The other side actually has the same condition. It's not really related to public facilities. The circulation of both potential unloading and loading, but also the sidewalk that goes along the street, have been fully evaluated through the TAC process, and there have been a number of the same allowances granted. They did receive, there were some variances and things to review. This building has been to other boards for other issues. That concludes my presentation. I'm here if you have any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? If so, please come to the lectern. Name and address, have 3 minutes. Seeing none? Fine. Then public is closed. So is there any cross-examination or rebuttal from the city to the applicant? Hearing or seeing none, thank you. To the commission. Ms. Casal.
I'll support this. This does not seem unreasonable.
I'm sorry?
I said I support this. It doesn't seem unreasonable.
Okay.
Thank you.
I support as well. We've approved one of these before. Well, I did anyway, so I'm good.
I'm in favor of this.
Mr. Long?
I mean, I was iffy until we got Anthea's personal endorsement of this project.
Right.
So
I went the other way too.
I mean,
I agree.
No, I think it's easy. Yeah.
I actually went up Wenzel over the weekend and looked at that warehouses with the stuff. So this is an industrial area. I mean,
right.
And that house, that single family house, won't be there forever. I mean, somebody's going to come in and The heirs will be very happy with the financial killing they make.
Motion
But
to
anyway,
approve.
I need a motion to approve. Do I
Motion
have
to
a second?
approve resolution number 240-24.
Second.
Would you please call the roll?
Deputy Vice Mayor Long?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cassell?
Yes.
Commissioner Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Carney?
Yes.
Commissioner Markert?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now at, what,
8.
8A? Gosh, we're moving right along. Oh, this won't be, okay.
Mayor, do you want me to read the ordinance and the resolution?
Yes, but this, I'm going to let everyone, this is also a quasi-judicial. If you are here to speak on item 8A and you have not yet been sworn,
No,
would you
Mayor.
please identify yourself?
This is not credential.
8C.
Oh, so scratch that. Well, I could get it anyway. They would have stood up. There's none anyway. Go ahead. Please read
Do
the
you want me to
resolution.
read both or just one? The resolution as well as the ordinance, or just the ordinance first?
I would just read the resolution.
The ordinance. An ordinance number 14-24, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, amending the land development regulations of the City of Delray Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 2, Administrative Provisions, Article 2.4, Development Application Requirements, Section 2.4.11, Relief, to eliminate the public parking fee provisions and to modify the required findings and procedures for approving in lieu of parking requests, amending Chapter 4, Zoning Regulations, Article 4.4, Base Zoning District, Section 4.4.13, Central Business CBD District, to correct cross-references and improve readability, amending Article 4.6, Supplemental District Regulations, Section 4.6.9, Off-Street Parking Regulations, to eliminate the public parking fee provisions, modify provision allowing for alternate methods of providing off-street parking, and adopting standards for an in lieu of parking fee program, providing a conflicts clause, a severability clause, authority to codify, and providing an effective date, and this is a second reading.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so you've seen most of this presentation before at first reading, so we don't have to go through all of it again. I think the important thing to look at in lieu with is it's a tool to aid in redevelopment and revitalization in downtown, and how do we best want to apply it. It is an alternative to basically having to build physical spaces on your parcel. Many of the downtowns, particularly the smaller parcels, don't have the capacity to build a lot of new parking if they change use to a higher intensity, and so the in lieu has been an option for shifting like a retail store to a restaurant, things like that. Under the current program, new development can use it for up to 30%. You can use it for use conversion. So we think of some of like one of the nicest ones on the corner, Dada's, was a house at some point in its past. It became a restaurant. That type of change is when in lieu, I think, becomes an important tool. And then if you were doing additions or expansions, things like restaurants, for example, are assessed on a gross square footage for their parking. So it just even adding a small area for a cooler can trip the requirement for another space. And so in lieu definitely is an important tool for, adaptive reuse. It has never been and is not proposed to be able to be used for residential requirements. So you have to meet anything for units with physical spaces. I think the zoning in progress that's in place now was a result of sort of the increase in the amounts. They were not, it started off with 5, 1, 3, 4 spaces, and the last 5 requests were 30% of what was approved in the last 20 years. And so that's, I think, why it was like, let's regroup on how we're using this tool and how we should use it. So we do have technological upgrades that help us have real data about how often our garages are full and how full they are. That technology eventually will expand to the on-street spaces and the public parking lots as our budget allows sensors and other things to be incorporated. After the workshop on October 15th, there were some changes. The sort of the pedestrian shed for finding a public parking option was increased to what's generally a 5-minute walk, which is a quarter mile, 1,320 foot pedestrian route. So not a radius, just like as you're walking to dinner, how close, can you find a parking space? And then ultimately the scale of new development was discussed, and the direction was to allow in lieu for expansion of existing buildings as long as it doesn't result in a building that's more than a total of 2 stories. If you start to bake into 3 or 4 stories, you really need to find the physical spaces to support your development. And then the other issue is, we were seeing some requests that were at cross purposes with other city goals, specifically related to historic preservation, offering in lieu to facilitate the redevelopment of a building that's on a resource list, that a desirable building to stay was sort of at cross purposes. So it's not something that could be used to demolish or redevelop a historic property. And then the idea of a non-contributing structure in a district that's at least 35 years typically warrants a re-examination, but they're not all great. So giving an avenue for the Historic Preservation Board to sort of say, well, this really isn't a building we would classify as contributing. It's been too altered, or it's not a particularly, high level of craftsmanship or something. The parking requirement for properties that are within a certain distance of public parking garage options is already lower than if you are further away from them. So this sort of, I think, was viewed as an unnecessary distinction in sort of how we're assessing in lieu. Historic in the first draft was allowed to use in lieu for additions and other things that resulted in a building of 3 stories, and so it's been kind of pulled down to 2. So that would stay consistent with the goal of the moderate scale of downtown. Use conversions remain at 100%. Additions or development of more than 2 stories, it remains at 30%. If the project is for a historic property, so if we think of the Colony Hotel, which is on both the local and the National Register, if they wanted to build a new wing or do something different, they could use in lieu just to give that building the booster that it needs to last another 100 years, let's say. But again, it would be limited to 2 stories, not 3. It is still not proposed to be used for residential. The findings were slightly adjusted between first reading as a result of the workshop, again reflecting the 5-minute walk and utilizing at least one of the policy-driven goals of preserving a structure, investing in the West Atlantic neighborhood, where we still want to step on the scale as much as we can to encourage some new development and redevelopment, and then allowing for the expansion of existing buildings that are not more than 2 stories. So it turns into, if you're not adjusting an existing building, the only real new development, if you're not doing an addition or an adaptive reuse, the building from scratch, I can't park it all, is really reserved for the West Atlantic neighborhood subdistrict at this point. There are a number of text amendments that talk about encouraging of comprehensive plan policies that talk about adaptive reuse, finding incentives for different things. This ordinance has been making the rounds through the boards, including our workshop, which I forgot to add. You have a resolution attached as well to make a determination on what the fees should be. So this is sort of I think the challenge we've been wrestling with is that there's not enough parking. We need to require more parking, but we should allow in lieu so that parking requirement doesn't actually result in physical spaces every time. But then the fees are too high, but we can't afford to build a garage with the fees. So this is what I can suggest to you in terms of setting the fees. What is the kind of activity we're trying to encourage? We know adaptive reuse, historic preservation, and new development. Do you want to tier the fees differently based on the type of application? not allowing people to use in lieu, the concern for unintended consequences is there going to be agglomeration or demolition to try to meet more parking requirements on sites? And then the idea that how we're going to finance a parking garage cannot solely be solved by the in lieu fees. It just isn't going to be enough. Certainly not at the rate that they're at right now. The resolution does a few things. It removes the beach. It collapses the in lieu areas from 5 different areas to 3. It removes any area that is adjacent to single family neighborhoods, whether it's Osceola Park or it's Palm Trail, to not get the parking right and then end up with the cars going down the residential streets, is the concern there. And they would be tied again to the approvals. They would live and die with the approvals that of the building that the commission has agreed to offer in lieu to support. So if they expire, then the in lieu arrangement also expires. We talked about how these were used. So not every space is created equally. Currently, there is a distinction in the cost of the space depending on where it is and what it's used for. To take that money to build parking with it requires anywhere between $22,000 and $53,000 per space, depending on how high the levels are and whether you're going underground 1 or 2 levels. The mayor asked me to look into CPI for construction, and it was a bit eye-opening in terms of the percentage of increase that happened due to constraints in raw material, increased labor costs, and other things. So I think it's fair to submit that the cost of construction has accelerated higher, faster in Florida than they have in other places. So the most expensive fee we have right now was set in 2017 at $23,000. Just in today's dollars, without that CPI, which I'm not a banker, so I don't know that I know how to do it. But just in what was $23,000 in 2017, it's worth $30,000 today without taking that CPI into effect. So these are the 3 areas and what they charged before. And I didn't think that, there it is. I didn't think the map was going to go away. So area 1 is the green. That is the core area of downtown where the fees are about $23,000. Just accommodating for inflation and the change in the value of the dollar, it should at least be $30,000. If you were going to keep them the same, area 2 is mostly comprised of OSHAD and the CBD properties that have historic on them. They're currently around $10,000. If you were to increase the fees in that same manner, it would go to just over $13,000. And then area 3 is the West Atlantic. The fees are only $4,600 right now. They would move to $6,000 to keep pace, but I think it's also important to note no one has ever used in lieu there. So I'm not sure that whether you want to raise the fee or not raise the fee. And then the blue dots are also showing you on the map that there are historic properties in all of these different districts. Area 2 being largely comprised of historic properties, and whether or not you want to step on the scale again to make the in lieu fees lower, and if somebody's moving that effort forward, those are all options that you could consider for setting the fees. And that's my presentation so far. Thank you.
Thank you. By the way, the reason I had to investigate the CPI is because the construction costs are different than your regular consumer price index. Your construction CPI takes into cost of materials, all this other kind of stuff, and it fluctuates. It's been this high, but it won't be that high forever. It'll go down. And my point was, whatever price we set, we say, okay, a parking space costs this. The index, I believe in raising the price, so we don't have to come back every 3 years and go back and the price of the parking space should reflect the true cost of construction. And so that would be an index that you would apply to the number. In this case, you use 30. By the way, I think it's actually higher if you use the index. And I think we should actually use the index. And so then we don't have to go back every 3 years to saying, to this. We know it's a pretty good indicator, and most people in banks and everybody else use that as the measurement of how much a building is going to cost. So that's why I asked you to do that, and thank you for coming up with that number. It's higher, a little bit higher than I thought it would be, but not outrageous. I think it's dropping now. Yeah. But they did go up, but it was higher a couple years back. So anyway, that was the reason for that. So to the commission. I'll be back. What? Oh, public hearing, I forgot. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak on this, now's your time. Please come to the lectern, give your name and address, and you will each have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Commission. Joe Ruiz with law offices at 396 Alhambra Circle, 14th floor, Coral Gables, Florida, on behalf of 25 Southeast 3rd Avenue, LLC. First, I'd like to commend staff for taking your feedback and crafting what I believe is an impactful piece of legislation. As noted throughout the staff report, this legislation will help encourage and incentivize the adaptive reuse of existing structures, particularly small infill properties that cannot accommodate additional parking on site due to the existing built environment. Keeping these older, sometimes historic, small-scale buildings also helps maintain the character and nature of a walkable, compact downtown area. And so with that, I'd respectfully request for your support on this item. And Mayor, Commissioners, I don't know if you would like me to speak on the resolution, not presupposing this would be approved, or come back when that item comes up.
No, you don't need to.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Raheem Jones, 123 Atlantic Avenue, and I'm here about trying to understand a little bit about the parking fees. I'm opening a restaurant in downtown Delray again, and the parking fees, is that paid all up front, or is that something that's paid over time?
I'm going to let staff answer that question.
Thank you.
Oh, no, you don't have to say it. We'll get an answer. When staff comes back, they'll talk. They'll.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Any other members of the public? Seeing a couple moseying on up.
Good evening, Laura Simon, Director of the DDA. Again, thank you for bringing this back. I think the work that the staff and the Commission has done has been really, really, and thank you for including the workshop as part of this process. I think that was great. I do know, I just wanted to, I have our minutes from our meeting where we, the DDA, did provide some of the feedback to you at the workshop as well, but I think as it relates to the fees, was looking at more of a gradual fee than a going right to the top. So that's still, I think we did talk about that yesterday at our board meeting, but I think that is one of the bigger concerns, is really the fees themselves. So encouraging rehab of use is great, and I think again what's been crafted here is very, very good, and I think it will be something that, again, as new restaurants or new businesses do open up, it'll be definitely an education process for sure. So we look forward to being part of that. But and then one of my board members are here to back me up. So
thank you very much.
Mayor, Commissioners, I'll make it quick, hopefully short and sweet here.
Name and address.
Jim Knight, 85 Southeast 4th Ave is the business, and still live at 740 Havana Drive in Boca Raton. Couple of things. One is, I don't think we ever really went out and looked at the amount of parking that we have here in the downtown. I know we're all saying there's a huge parking problem. Yeah, when the Christmas tree was put up, people walked 4 or 5 blocks, right? When the lighting happened and so forth. But I'm not going to change anybody's mind from that standpoint. I feel like there's a pretty strong set in their position that they want to raise the parking rates and so forth. But I just would hope that you would at least keep a tool in your toolbox, that's what Anthea mentioned, to give you all the ability to look at certain situations. If a special situation came in and you all felt that it made sense to go ahead and give some flexibility, I would hope that you keep that flexibility in your toolbox and not just say, hey, it's all written off and that's it and that's the end of it. Because I do believe, I mean, again, I just drove through the parking garage tonight. I drive through many of them. Not only do we have public parking garages, but we have the parking garage that Menon put up. That's vacant 24/7. We have a new parking garage that's being put up by the Sunday Village, and that's just a lot more parking out there than I think everybody's looking at and so forth. I agree we shouldn't have people parking in front of people's homes and blocking streets and things like that and so forth, but I don't think it's as drastic as everybody says, and I would hope you consider gradually increasing and at least get the information and hopefully put on your website, here's Old School Garage, and here's how many parking spaces are there, and here's Federspiel Garage, and here's how many spaces are there, so that people know, because I think you're going to find there's a lot more parking out there than anybody anticipated. And I do want to mention that, I don't know, it came back up here in the staff report, but it did come back up in front of the DDA a couple of times. And hopefully in the future, the staff reports, if things are brought back up by other boards in this community, that they would acknowledge that that was done as well and what the position was, because the position changed from the original DDA vote to where it is today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
George Long, 46 North Swinton. Excuse me. I might as well not have an opinion because I see both sides of the issue here. I have a historic property, and I also, I don't want to park all over my yard when it becomes commercial, which it has to be, surrounded by commercial properties. And I also really think it's a great idea to try to keep the Atlantic Avenue in that area down, the 2 floors, the 2 stories instead of 3 or 4. And I know that this is not something developers want to hear, but overall, I think it's great. However, I do see the concerns about why people would be worried, from a developer's point of view, be worried about the price points. But that's another matter. That doesn't concern me. I'm just concerned with the historical preservation. How you keep Atlantic Avenue like it is, not let people build big buildings all over the place. Don't give them a break on parking if they're going to screw up the view over there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Long.
Steve Cohen, 1140 Bohemia Road. I've talked to everyone here probably a lot about it. I just wanted to say I think Jim made a good point about keeping a metric maybe in place as kind of an escape valve in case your set amount that you're putting in the box doesn't fit for somebody that's just outside the box with a new development. I remember in one of the hearings, Commissioner Long had mentioned that maybe we should take a look at something that lets a smaller project come in here and maybe seek relief that from the whatever number you do put up there. So I think some flexibility would be a good thing for someone. I do a lot of small infill, so the cost for construction for me isn't even an issue because I can't build any of the parking on the small lots I like to upgrade. So I have to turn to the in lieu of. But if the in lieu of isn't practical for a small 3,500 square foot building, 4,000 square foot building, then I can't even do the new projects. And I've done, everyone here knows I've done so many of them on the Ave and off the Ave as we try to expand and get more foot traffic off the Ave. I just think it might be good to keep in mind, maybe open mind or a safety valve to get outside whatever you set tonight. One other thing that was mentioned about parking by Mr. Knight. I don't think there's a parking problem, I have to say this, but I don't know how many people here in the room own property on Atlantic Ave. Anybody else? But I have to deal with tenants all the time and my clients, and I've never had one of them tell me that I can't get customers in here because there's no parking. They're always full, they're always busy. I personally don't know somebody that's come downtown and went home because they can't park. I think the voices you hear are the people who can't park in front of the places they want to go. You can't pull up to Starbucks and go in there. You can't pull up to the eyeglass store. What's this place right next to it? Well, Blenders even, Morley's, Racks. I've put all those in, and you're not going to pull up. We're now an exciting, fun, successful downtown. It's an urban experience. You may have to walk a couple blocks. It's not fatal, and we are still real busy without any additional parking. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cohen. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak on this? Seeing none? Now to the commission. Mr. Long.
So do you want me to address some
sure,
of the
go ahead. Yeah,
questions?
you're
it might
fine.
be,
Go ahead.
helpful. So first of all, I think the whole point of in lieu is that it assumes there is parking available that can support some of these things.
Could you just go back? What other thing? I just want to read something. Can I ask you a question on that while you have it up?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Sure.
The changes are only in blue, correct?
From first to second reading, the changes are in blue. The current finding for in lieu today.
The current rules do not have this 35-year thing in it, do they not?
The current finding is one finding. There is adequate public parking.
No, but what I'm asking you in this particular question is, does the current rule have a non-contributing structure of 35-year aspect to it?
It doesn't have number 1 or number 2 at all.
Okay.
Or number 3.
So it's essentially saying that a 35-year-old building you are essentially deeming it.
If you are in a district and you are non-contributing, or you are identified in a resource survey as being desirable, that, you maybe don't want to facilitate the demolition of that particular structure without looking at it again.
Okay, I just want to understand.
Right now, and I think this is important, you are allowed to use in lieu right now for use conversions. I'll go back to the slide. And up to 30% of new construction. And you can do 30% of the expansions. That has not changed. Those exact same percentages are brought forward in the new ordinance. They just limit the expansions and the new construction to 2 stories. So nobody reduced the amount of in lieu that was available before the ZIP, for that. So racks and adaptive reuse of changing from a store to a restaurant, 100% adaptive reuse. It was there before, and it's still there now. What we moved away from was an addition to docks that was 3 stories in height that then required, 22 spaces to build the 3rd story that there was so much community angst about because they thought it should have been 2. Yeah. So we offered a redevelopment tool to allow a bigger addition. Then, the conversation would have ended earlier in the development process because you could build what you can park. And the 30% would have been, like the other historic options have been, 5, 6, smaller amount. The other thing is that the current finding is available. What does available mean? We had a parking and curbside management study that told us available meant up to 80%. Which is what got brought in, a metric. I think the whole point of in lieu is that there's enough public parking to even entertain not building it or using it for what you're trying to do. So I don't think anyone is saying there isn't enough. I think the angst had been coming that the fees don't result in physical spaces. So that's part of why I'm trying to, what are we trying to do? Because when you looked at the historical documents that Laura Simon shared with me, the whole point was that the parking requirement was stifling downtown. That's not exactly where we are now. So we need to adjust our tool to reflect what it is we're trying to achieve, which is make it easy to preserve a building if somebody's inclined to do historic preservation, make it easy to build a moderate scale type of investment in the city, and make it easy to keep the buildings that we have. And there are other tools that we've talked about at the workshop, but what's before us now is how do you want to customize this one? The other thing is there was a question about how the fees work, and I think the adaptive reuse fees must be, I'm sorry, I haven't met him before, Mr. Rodney. If you're tripping an in lieu requirement, it's because maybe it was a store before and now you want to change it to a restaurant. And If you've got more than 8 seats inside, then it's a restaurant seating, which is much higher on the app. So the way that the fees work is you do them, in certain increments. The way that you have to do them, there's 3 installments. You do 50% up front, 25%, then another 25%. It's an agreement that comes before the commission, and it appears on your agenda typically. So that's how we do that. The other questions were basically, so I think it just comes down to how much how much is Delray Beach going to pitch in to build future parking, and how much should, the folks that are bringing in new businesses be responsible for paying when they can't park their project. So we all agreed historic's great, adaptive reuse is great. So then it's just a question of the moderate scale that came out of the workshop, and then the fees. How much do you want to charge? So we don't have to raise them at all and keep them the same, whatever you want.
Thank you. Mr. Long.
First of all, thank you. This is a really well crafted amendment, very responsive to things that we've brought up, very well thought out. So thank you guys for putting a lot of work into this. I think that Mr. Knight and Mr. Cohen made a good point about, and I brought this up before in concept, which was how do we figure out a way to maybe have a process in place to offer relief to small scale, infill lots that we wouldn't want to prohibit based on their development. So if there is some kind of conditional process that we could maybe add into this, that's something I would really like to see here. Other than that, I think I'm pretty much on board with all of this. Regarding what I think the fee should be, I'd prefer to keep them as low as possible, if I'm being honest. But I'm happy to talk with my colleagues and see where everyone else is at with it. But I'd prefer to try and keep them as low as we can here. That's all I'll say about this for now.
Ms. Casal.
Thank you. We've discussed this so many times. I think it's 4 or 5, and I'm happy we're at this place. I support the fees that you have here for the reasons explained. And the problem we have is the fees have been too low, and that's somewhat why we find ourselves where we are. So I thank you very much, and I will be supporting this evening.
Ms. Burns.
Yes, I wanted to thank you also for what you've done, all the work. We've been here several times, and it feels good to kind of be coming to the end of this. I think that the cost should also reflect the construction cost. While remaining flexible, I like that everything doesn't fit in the round hole or the square hole. So I would like for us to remain flexible so that if we have a special situation that, we treat it per situation and leave some flexibility in there. So I support that.
Mr. Mark.
Yeah. Anthony, I want to say a big thank you for getting us to this point. This is another one of these nagging big issues that's been plaguing us for a while now, and I'm so happy that bless you, I'm so happy that you've got us to this point. A couple things. I agree with what Mr. Knight and Mr. Cohen said. I think if a unicorn project comes our way, that we should take a look at that and perhaps vote on it. But I'm totally in favor of moving the in lieu fees up to what the recommendation is on the chart here. I think the fees are too low, and I don't think these are terribly large increases. So I'm in favor of the project.
To confirm, what is your recommendation for the fees? Because I'm all over the place. Are you suggesting the fees that you did here, 30, 13, and 6?
Yes.
All I did was take the fees that were established in 2017 and adjust them for today's value without the CPI factor because.
Okay. I am happy to give the people a break on that CPI structure for the last few years. However, I do think we need to keep realistically, if we are pretending, even though you're saying it's not enough, but if we are pretending that the in lieu program is designed to order for us to build a parking garage, then I do think we should keep pace with at least the construction costs for building a garage. Don't want to make it $50,000 today. I'm happy to start off at 30, but I think we do need to have a mechanism built in to adjust it based on the actual construction
Mayor,
cost.
are you looking to go higher today if you had support? Because I would go higher.
I am a sticker shock kind of a guy. I probably not. I think that maybe I don't. I think the gradual increase is a fairer thing, but I would listen to what anyone says. My big point is whatever fee we set is really ought to be able to be adjusted based on the actual cost of building a space in the future. If you want to start off with a higher number, yeah, I think if Anthea is saying to us, this is the cost of a parking space today.
Wait, I don't think that, that's not the cost. This is lower than the cost, way lower than the cost.
Okay, well, but that really depends. The 53,000 is underground and all that other stuff, and the reality is we're not going to be doing underground garage. Yeah, so I think that 30.
And it doesn't factor in the cost if you had to purchase land. This is just building a garage if you have the property.
Yes.
No, I'm just saying
Yeah,
there are
I agree,
a
but
lot of
I think
factors.
that we're not talking about acquiring land.
No, we're not.
We're
I'm
talking
just
about
saying-
constructing
I'm
a
just
garage if we ever
clarifying
do, and we've had that conversation. So I want to kind of stay. I don't want to pretend that there's 53,000 space because I know it's not. Is it $35,000? I don't
The
know.
old school square garage, didn't that calculate out to way more than 30,000 per space? I'm pretty sure. Maybe that was.
I want to tie it to something. My whole point is, if you want to start with 30, you want to start with 33, you want to start, whatever the number is, to at least have an index in there that's going to keep pace with what the construction costs are. That was my first point. My second point was, I think we do need to have the flexibility component, because it's the way this city operates. We're always having something coming up that nobody else thought of, and we're sitting there with this myriad of regulations that we make people go through. And I think we should build in some kind of flexibility that we can solve that problem for if some, what did you say, unicorn? Some unicorn,
New word.
a new word, that's fine, project comes along. So I think that.
So
And
the,
my third.
the code does allow for individual adjustments of the requirement for parking based on specific things. So you do have that power. The lower boards have that power as well. And then if you don't like what they decided,
But do they have an ability for pricing?
No, they
No.
would just relieve like if you were 20 spaces, but your particular business runs differently than the average, and here's why, you can say, oh, you only need 15, and then just take the 15 out.
Is that the flexibility you're concerned about?
So that was the part about the small, I think that part as well.
Wait,
There's
if
a
that's
lot
the
of
flexibility,
release.
Would that
valves.
come to us still in that case?
Some of it can be decided even by lower boards, depending on the scale of the redevelopment.
Got it.
For the parking adjustment, the body acting on the site plan. So administratively, I can't, but Planning and Zoning Board might be able to, but then it appears as an appealable.
Right,
So
everything always comes
everything
forward.
eventually comes to you.
As
one
long
way
as
or
there's a
another.
process in place where we can offer some relief if needed in very in very specific cases.
So I would just like to put on the record, though, the part that we hear from the downtown businesses individually is they want the same. Like if I open my restaurant and I paid a bunch of in lieu, and then you went to open yours and they waived it or cut it in half, you have to have a really good reason, because they want to be really fair on who's getting charged what, and I think that's reasonable. So it can't just be. It's usually tied to something unique, and then the only other thing I wanted to point out is the three areas are not priced the same today. Because again, you might have the policy effort of trying to continue to encourage revitalization in West Atlantic, and so therefore part of that is having a lower fee, even if that fee doesn't begin to cover a garage down the road. So just that it wasn't previously structured as one fee. The first version I brought to you had discounts based on and it was a little too complicated, which is why I went to this. So, that's the other thing, just to be sure you're making, the resolution before you has blanks in the fees, so we need to be able to fill them in really clearly if is all the same fee for all the areas or if there's a discount.
Right.
And just one more thing for me, I think we ought to annually review these numbers so that we don't get out of line as badly as we're out of line right now. I mean, I think
That's why I want the index.
we should just have an annual review and just make sure we're where we need to be,
Well-
be it up or down.
Would it be an annual review, or do you incorporate something in to calculate out a particular percentage on an annual basis? Doesn't have to come in front of
have
the
a problem with
commission.
the construction index?
So I want to talk about that because I think I like the idea and concept. I would commend you for coming up with that concept. However, we saw construction prices spike because material costs went up, and now they're going back down. And I would hate for our fees to be tied to the market, and they change.
That's a fair comment. You pay $50,000
Right.
this week, and next year it's gone down. It's 10.
Yeah, I don't want to necessarily do that.
It's a fair comment.
So, I'll say what I want, which is I like the suggestion of just tethering to the fee amount we had, and then just updating it to today's member for a starting point. And then we can move it up as needed.
And then maybe the idea of an annual review is it's not that much of a heavy lift to do an annual review to see what construction costs went up, and if they were too high, we don't deal it. And if it's, but some kind of an annual review.
Yeah, costs go up or down. I mean,
Right.
we should move with the.
You want that in the resolution?
I'm sorry?
Subject to annual review by
Yeah, I think so,
January
if we're
1st.
worried
We can
about
do
it-
January 1st because
I'm sorry?
we can do no later than January 1st, so that each annual year you want
Yeah,
to do it.
however you want to go. I mean,
Do we
an
need
annual
to do
review-
it every year? Maybe every two?
I mean, it's a
And
resolution, so
maybe
you're not
a
gonna have to
present-
go through
like a
2
percentage?
readings. It's a resolution.
I mean, we could do it every. Would you be happy with every 2 years?
Sure.
I don't think 2 years is fine.
We should do a workshop every time.
I don't think it's
We'll
a heavy
have
lift.
4
to-
meetings.
I don't think it's a heavy lift to do this annual review. So I mean,
I'm fine with it, yeah.
So I mean, I think annual review is easy. It's easy. Okay.
Mayor, do you want me to read the captions since we're discussing that, or do you want to finish the ordinance
I
discussion?
want to finish my comments.
Okay, well, because we're talking about the
Okay,
resolution,
fine.
we
Go
haven't
ahead.
read it.
No, go ahead, please.
Resolution 80-24, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, updating the schedule of in lieu fees for parking pursuant to the land development regulations of the City of Delray Beach, Florida. Section 469, off-street parking regulations, subsection 469G, fee in lieu of parking, providing an effective date and further purposes. Thank you.
This is a public hearing. So that was my only point. I think, but I still wanted to get back to the other question about the 35 years and what the whole thing is with because that's a new aspect. Because right now, if under the current rules, if I take a building down, I'm not eligible for the in lieu anyway, correct?
You're eligible for 30% of whatever you replace it with,
If I take a current building down, then why?
regardless of whether it's historic or not historic.
So
'Cause
why are we imposing this rule of saying that
We're-
they can't get it if they're 35 years old?
No, we're saying, so here's what happened. We were inadvertently using in lieu to facilitate the demolition of buildings that were identified as desirable to designate.
Right, but
So
desirable
I'm
to
not
designate-
saying that they
Desirable
can't.
to designate does not mean they're historic.
Well,
That means somebody wants them to be historic.
non-contributing structures in a district that are more than the industry standard in preservation is that they are reviewed again if they have reached that level. So
35
before,
years?
yes, if they are non-contributing, not just any 35-year-old structure. We're like downtown, like this building, let's say.
It's a lovely building.
So if it is a non-contributor in an established district, the industry practice is to revisit them once they have achieved that level to see if they are now worthy of being protected. So it's only that, or if like the Atlantic Avenue resource survey, where it said, hey, this is an important building, I just think it doesn't mean you can stop someone from tearing it down, but you don't have to help them by offering in lieu as a tool. That's really the gist of the findings.
So 35
because
years is the standard that they use.
It's
anyway.
the standard for
as for the survey, I mean,
reconsidering
they're
it.
finding everything. I mean, the survey finds everything.
Well, we have West Settlers is in this area. There's the Marina District is partially in the in lieu areas, and so just in an abundance of, so before it said like, hey, if it's in a district or, you know, it's been identified, you can't do it. And then it was like, well, we need that release valve. So we added the, unless it's, you know, the Historic Preservation Board says no. And their determinations ultimately, like everything else, its final appeals to this board. So
I just think that it's a change when you're telling someone now who has a 35-year-old building, they could tear it down and get a 30% in lieu, and now you're saying they can't.
we're saying that you can't unless the board, I mean,
Unless
you don't
it's-
have to
unless
do
some
it.
board
We're
decides-
trying to
and-
build in incentives for preservation as well.
No, I understand.
So
I-
without dictating it. So there's that too.
Well, you are dictating it. What you're doing is you're saying that anything 35 years old, some board could turn around and say,
No.
we think it's historic.
Anything that is in a district that is, there's like 2% of the entire city, and that includes single family. So we're talking anything that is in a district. OSHAD is an entire
No,
section.
I understand. I understand we're only talking about historic districts. I understand.
Yeah, so-
I know, I'm not talking about Atlantic. I'm talking about in any historic district.
Right, but you can't use in lieu anywhere except downtown and OSHAD. In lieu is not available in other.
So you're saying it's really only applicable to those three little areas up there?
Right, in lieu is only an option within the central business district within this map. So if you have a historic structure that's over here, you
see
don't
where
have
you
it.
are.
I'm just
Oh,
picking
you're at the
things.
bottom.
If you have a historic structure anywhere else, you don't have central business district zoning, you don't have OSHAD zoning. So in lieu is not an option for you anyway.
But if I'm on Atlantic Avenue,
Yes,
not historic district,
right. So you're not in Marina, and you're not,
I'm not in the Marina district.
and you're not in OSHAD.
but if I'm in the Marina district, they're going to say you can't have it. So if I'm in the eastern part of Atlantic, I'm just trying to understand
Right,
the
so
rule.
let's pick a building up here.
I'm not trying to
Right.
elongate this discussion.
Let's get off,
which
right, we get off
obviously am.
anywhere else in the green. If you have a building that's 35 years old, you can tear it down and use 30% in lieu, assuming the other findings can be made, right? Which is there's adequate public parking within a certain distance, there's, those things, the adequate public parking being measurable. So it's not every old building. It's an old building that has been assessed to have some sort of value or should at least be reassessed before we facilitate redeveloping it. That's all.
But it's got to be in a historic district.
To require the reassessment, right? If it's not in a district or if it hasn't
All right,
been assessed in a
I'm just trying to
resource
understand the
survey.
rule. Okay.
Yeah.
Nobody seems to object but me, but I'm not
I
really
don't
objecting. I'm trying to more comprehend.
So we're just adding findings because before what was happening is the commission was saying, well, we don't have any way to say no. Because the finding is there's adequate public parking. So now the findings shift to what is adequate public parking, the 5-minute walk, the utilization rate. Are we accidentally helping tear down the Colony Hotel that we don't really mean to be helping to tear down, right? Which is a drastic example, to be fair. And then
'Cause I'm just saying that doesn't read contained within a historic district.
non-contributing is that phrase is in a historic district. I can wordsmith it though if it will make you feel.
Yeah, if you're talking about a structure within a historic district, I understand.
So will not demolish a contributing historic structure. Well, in the ordinance, historic structure is identified further up on the page where it
I
tells you
looked
that.
for it. I'm sorry if I.
Yeah. It's
There's a definition.
it's defined within the. I'll tell you what page it's on. Just see if you can give me a minute.
You're talking about in the ordinance?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's-
I must have
I
missed
just
that.
have to find it.
Which isn't unusual.
Get out my computer and quick search.
No, we'll find it.
15?
Page 15. I was only on 9. Thank you.
Page 15.
Right, individually historic.
Individually designated properties or structures, contributing structures or non-contributing structures that are at least 35 years in age located within a historic district within the central business district or old school square.
That's very limited. Okay, I'm just trying to understand because it's new.
I mean, it's.
And anytime I see a new
We can
line on something,
capitalize it. Do you think we should capitalize it?
Thank you very much, city attorney.
Do you want us to capitalize it so that it's clear that it's got a
I'm,
definition?
this discussion has made it clear. I mean, I think
Okay,
we
so
have a
that's-
record here, so I was just trying to understand that we weren't touching every building 35 years old. Suddenly had to.
But I mean, if the goal is to make sure that somebody who reads this understands, we can capitalize it because it seems to be defined within the ordinance.
Well, it's a defined term, so let's, I think, maybe capitalizing it because it is a defined term
We can do that.
would render that fine.
Should I make a motion?
Where are we?
Motion
We're just
to
on the
approve
ordinance, right? We haven't
Ordinance
finished the
number
resolution.
14-24.
That's the in lieu.
Correct.
We have a
Not the
motion.
fees.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great.
So now we're on 8A1.
Right.
No.
Resolution number, motion to approve resolution number 80-24.
Can I just get some
Wait a minute,
direction on this?
what?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Please, yes.
So, based on what the conversation was, we can add language that says the city of Delray Beach adopts the following in lieu parking fee schedule, subject to annual review, no later than January 1st of each year. Is
Yes.
that
Yeah,
satisfactory?
perfect.
Okay,
Right.
and then
Because it'll correspond with when the budget is being prepared.
oh, do you want so then you want it no later than September 30th? I don't know if it's
No,
necessarily
January,
tied
it's
to the
fine.
budget.
It's fine. It's fine.
I agree.
So, and then the fees we're gonna
We're going to
be,
spend 10 seconds on it, so, in the annual review.
it's just gonna be a resolution, so
Right.
it'll be quick. And then the fees were, what, Anthea?
30,000.
Yeah, whatever
So
what Anthea,
So it was,
and we're going to keep them,
The
as
screen
a
is gone.
consensus, to keep them all in different amounts for the other districts, like West Atlantic could be different than, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And then the only thing is the previous ordinance, if you look at the resolution page 2, do you want to make the price cheaper for historic or not?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Whether you want to make the fee lower if it's a historic building, regardless of which area it's in or not. Those were the only things that had come up.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think that's okay.
or not.
Yeah, it's an incentive, right? I mean,
Can I just throw something else out there?
Uh.
I didn't know for the West Atlantic area, because no one's utilized it at the current rate, if you wanted to actually increase it or make that stay the same, because no one's took.
it's at 6,000, right? At this, on the,
Can
on
you
the
pull up
slide.
the slide
What
again?
is it currently? Is that 6,000 now?
Yeah.
It's no, it's
It's at
4,600.
4,600 right now, so
Do
it
you
would
want,
shift
are
to
you
6,000.
suggesting more than 6,000?
No.
Just because, no, I think
No, I'm
6
saying
is where it's at.
I mean,
think
6 is
we-
not really,
No,
But it hasn't been utilized, so I didn't know if you wanted
Right.
to maybe keep it the same or maybe lower it,
No.
because of, if you wanted to encourage that revitalization.
I think it's
I
gonna
don't think
happen
the-
either
I don't
way.
think
I mean, it's
$4,600
happening.
has been the driver for it not being
Right.
used.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so then 30,000, 13,180, 6,000, with the caveat that annually, no
Right.
later than January 1st, it'll come back, this resolution
Yep.
will come back before you for approval.
Yep.
So moved. Second?
Do I have a second?
Second,
As amended?
As amended.
as
All-
amended.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's passed. Good, we're done that. I apologize to everybody. I just wanted to know what I was doing. Don't
I
don't
have
talk to
not
me
had
about
dinner.
don't talk to me about extending a meeting. No, not you. Go ahead. 8B.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So 8B and 8C are gonna be done together, so I'll read them.
Yes, please. But 8C is the
Quasi-judicial.
quasi judicial. So I'm asking everyone, because we're doing 8B and 8C together. Is there anyone here who needs to be sworn? Oh, everybody's been sworn. Are there any ex parte communications?
Yes, I spoke with the applicant's representative, and there were, I believe at some point there were emails on the server that I
Yes.
saw.
No, in the past maybe, but nothing recently, and whatever's on the server.
I met with the attorney for the applicant and the applicant.
I did as well.
Okay,
Do you want me to read it?
please.
Ordinance number 32-24, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, adopting a small-scale land use map amendment, redesignating a 1.07 acre portion of a 9.34 acre parcel of land located south of Sherwood Boulevard and east of South Military Trail at 3900 Sherwood Boulevard, as more particularly described herein, from community facilities to low-density residential pursuant to the provisions of the Community Planning Act, Florida Statutes Section 163.3187, providing a conflicts clause and a severability clause, providing an effective date and further purposes. Ordinance number 33-24, An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, rezoning land measuring approximately 9.34 acres located south of Sherwood Boulevard and east of South Military Trail at 3900 Sherwood Boulevard from single-family residential R1AA and community facilities to single-family residential R1A, as more particularly described herein, amending the City of Delray Beach zoning map July 6, 2021, providing a conflicts clause and a severability clause, providing an effective date and further purposes.
Thank you very much.
Since this is quasi, I'll go ahead and enter both the rezoning and the future land use files into the record, 2024-107 and 2024-108, and Ms. Malinky is here with an overview of the request.
Thank you very much. You're on.
Great. Good evening. For the record, Christina Belenky of Municipal Backman. My address is 14 Southeast 4th Street in Boca Raton, and it's a pleasure to be here before you this evening. Tonight I'm representing Toll Brothers for their proposed development called Layton Point. To give you a brief overview, the property is highlighted on your screen. It is just east of Military Trail, which you see on the dash line on the screen, and then a little bit north of Linton. It's within the Sherwood and Lakeview communities. And this property is 9.34 acres in size. Toll Brothers also actually acquired the parcels along Sherwood Boulevard where it shows existing platted lots over here. But as indicated, they're lots that have already been platted. They were platted consistent with the balance of Sherwood Boulevard. They are larger lots. They have additional restrictions in place that govern things such as setbacks. So those lots just need to go through permitting and will be developed in a manner consistent with the remainder of Sherwood Boulevard. So what we're here on today is really just that portion in yellow. And it was a former convent. We have some pictures here. It was developed back in the 60s. I think it was 1967, and eventually, or was active at that time. But eventually, the nuns started dissipating in numbers. The building needed a lot of repairs, and ultimately, the Diocese of Palm Beach has been seeking to sell the property, and had numerous interested parties over the years, numerous applications that came through the city, and ultimately they sold this parcel to Toll Brothers. So here's a little bit of the history related to the land use and the zoning of the property as well. It was annexed into the city in 1959, and at that time it actually had a commercial land use designation, but was ultimately assigned a residential land use. That's what the diocese, the monastery was permitted under. It was permitted under a residential category, so it was rezoned to residential in order to allow for that development. In 1990, the city went through a citywide rezoning process. They added the community facility designation, and so this site was assigned that community facility designation, which is consistent with what you see for most church and religious related uses today. In 2007, the diocese actually, I think, started realizing that they were going to be looking for interested parties to sell the property to, and rezoned most of the property to a residential district, and did a land use plan amendment to change the community facility designation to residential for all but about 1 acre of the site. So they had the foresight back, I guess 17 or so years ago, to realize that this should be developed for residential uses. And then there have been multiple requests that have come before the city in the past. I think there was some multifamily proposed at one point. I think most recently it was an assisted living facility, possibly with another residential component. And I was telling my client, and I think a few on this dais, that I have flashbacks of sitting in this room at a planning and zoning board meeting when this room was the most packed I think I've ever seen it, with people coming out opposing a development on this site. I was here on a different matter. I wasn't representing that project, but when Toll came into my office, I said, okay, we need to sit down with the community from the very beginning while we're in due diligence before we make any movement on this site to make sure that the community is going to be able to get behind this, because I did not want to be in that position here today, standing at a public hearing. And so that's really what we did. Before we even had a pre-application meeting with city staff, we sat down with representatives of the Sherwood and Lakeview civic associations, and they were very clear with us from the get-go, only single-family homes for this site. That's what they've been saying since day one, and they were happy to hear that that's what Toll was proposing, and that such a reputable developer was coming in for this site. And so ultimately we sat down with staff, had our pre-application meeting, submitted to the city, and then again, still early on in our process, before we even made any changes to address staff comments, we held a community-wide open house. For these types of public hearings, we notice residents within 500 feet. But for this community meeting, we made sure we hit every boundary of the community for Sherwood and Lakeview Civic Associations, so that the entirety of the community was involved and knew from day one what was being proposed here. We also had the Civic Association send out email blasts so that the community members were aware. And that brings us to where we are today. We have two requests before you this evening. The first is an amendment to the future land use map. And you can see the property highlighted in the yellow box. And this is what I was referring to previously. There's kind of this blue sliver within the box. It is 1.07 acres in size. And so when the diocese had come through in 2007, they did the land use map amendment to redesignate the property to low density residential, but left that sliver for whatever reason. And so that little piece of community facilities remains. And so we are proposing to change that to low density residential, consistent with the balance of the property. And then the second request is the zoning change. And we are proposing to go from the hybrid of community facilities and R1AA to R1A. And so the area around does have a mix. The Sherwood lots have the R1 AAA-B zoning designation. That's going to be consistent with the lots that are existing along Sherwood that Toll owns. We aren't proposing to change it there. But the balance of the site, we are proposing to go to the R1A zoning district. And that gives us a little bit more flexibility to provide more open space, larger buffers in some areas, and we'll get into that. And so here we have just a description between the R1AA zoning category that exists currently on the site to the R1A that we're proposing. And this is really just to show you that we're not seeking to go to the absolute minimum lot sizes. Toll really has tried to understand their clients and what homeowners now are looking for. So rather than going for a wider lot, they really want to provide deeper lots in size to provide more outdoor living space, and that's something that Toll Brothers does really well. So in being able to provide slightly smaller or narrower lots, I should say, they're able to far exceed the minimums on the depth there. We're also able to provide more open space than is required. And so obviously you have certain findings with land use map amendments. We have a variety of goals, policies, and objectives in the comprehensive plan that support this type of change. I'm not going to read all of these, but they speak to encouraging the development of vacant or underdeveloped land for housing, reflecting a variety of housing types. There have been a lot of apartments approved in the city, so this is a single-family development, so it does provide for that variety for families looking for a single-family home. And then the staff report addresses all of the various concurrency items, shows how we're meeting the water and sewer demands, confirms there's capacity in the schools, things along those lines. And then in terms of density, our proposed density, we actually have 26 units, so I apologize for that Scrivener's error, but this just goes to show that we're well below the maximum density that would be permitted under this land use. And then the site plan isn't before you today, but I just felt it was important to provide the graphic on the screen. This is in line with what is going before staff's review. And has been in for quite some time, but this just is intended to show you some of those larger open space and buffer areas that we're seeking to provide. And most notably, I think along the east side of the property where we have the existing residential.
Mayor, can I just interrupt? I'm sorry. This isn't before you, and it's really not relevant to your consideration, so I would ask you to instruct Ms. Blanket to move on.
Why don't we scratch the site plan portion?
Okay, that's fine. Just wanted to note that, again, the zoning does allow us to provide some additional considerations to the neighbors, such as larger buffers and things along those lines. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have this evening.
Thank you very much. Anthea?
So I think you have a pretty good overview of the request. So I'm just going to touch on a couple of minor points. I think the most important being that when you are voting for a land use and a zoning, there's no guarantee in terms of what the result will be. So that's part of why the illustration, I think, is we just want to be careful that, you know, somebody could sell it and they have a different vision, and whatever land use and zoning rights you are awarding the property through this action may not look exactly like that. Things happen. So again, the surrounding area is largely also low density. So shifting this doesn't result in anything out of character. The subject area that's up for land use change does border the CF area. So, you know, it's not an uncommon transition between those two land uses. The zoning, I think, is typically more of the focus for when we see requests like this, where the bulk of it is currently R1AA, which requires slightly larger lots. And the request is to go to R1A. And while we're not supposed to look at developments, I think the important part is that unlike the plat we saw earlier from Osceola Park, where you just divided up the land, today's regulations require you got to put in the road, you know, as well. There's drainage requirements, there's open space requirements for the resulting community. There are other things, which is part of why you don't tend to see the maximum number of units come out of that zoning, and the smaller lots tend to be the request because they're providing amenities and other things within the subdivision. However, the density that you're awarding through the land use and through the lot sizes, you know, will ultimately be what they're entitled to. Concurrency, again, the staff report gives you a full background on that. There's pretty minor traffic circulation. The zoning that maintained along the street was, I think, one of the main focuses of the neighborhood, and we don't have any complaints for the circulation pattern and the transition between the zoning from the street that divides the proposed R1A from the existing zoning. There will be parks fee. You know, in terms of consistency, Ms. Blanke showed you a lot of comprehensive plan, requirements. The main thing is that, you know, the surrounding zoning districts tend to require larger lots. Again, there is a level 1 site plan for the common area improvements that will appear as an appealable. Eventually, there is a major plat which you will take action on in the future. You have to determine that there are valid reasons for changing the zoning. The property does have a history. It was put forward, I think, pretty well of the zoning changing over time. It is surrounded by residential uses on all three sides, and then the golf course. And it is a similar intensity, and it does result in a lot pattern once you take into consideration the requirements for drainage and open space and other things that is fairly consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. The standard is that you are to decide that the most restrictive residential zoning district is applicable. This is a single family district. It's not proposing to do multifamily, RM, RL, or any of those. And so, in some cases, the lot size has been the subject of a lot of debate. So we will show you the difference between our R1AA and R1A, lot widths, and the minimum floor area for any houses that come in. This is the requirements of the code that the zoning would give. And the land use has similar findings, which I think you've gone over. The Planning and Zoning Board reviewed both ordinances on October 21st and recommended approval by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on this application? Please come up to the lectern, give your name and address, and you will have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Karen Kieselewski. I live at 3674 Lakeview Boulevard, and for context, that's 3 houses down from the proposed entrance, just so you're aware where I'm at. As was stated, I've been here throughout the process, and it has been fairly contentious, and the main issue has been about compatibility and consistency. And I think with this proposal tonight, the land use proposal to fix that little wedge, and then the zoning, keeping an R1 zoning type of zoning, allows for the conventional detached housing that's in that neighborhood, in our neighborhood, and I think that's what's most important to us. I know there's a little bit of oddity with the site because of it's being wedged in the neighborhood. So my understanding from reading the staff report in the submittal is that with this proposed zoning, there wouldn't need to be any waivers or variances. And for us, it's very important because markets do go up and down. Things can change. It could go from multifamily. So we're very much interested in seeing this move forward as quickly, this kind of development move forward as quickly as possible. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? Then, does the applicant have any rebuttal or any additional comments, or the staff any rebuttal or additional? No cross-examination? Then it's to the commission. Commissioner Casal.
I support this. I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Support.
I'm supportive.
I think we have a consensus. I need a motion.
Okie dokie.
Do we need 2 motions, correct? Or do we need to do the findings?
2 motions and roll call.
Okay.
So I'm going to do them roll call. Yeah.
It's, excuse me, I apologize.
I always do my
Motion to approve ordinance number 32-24.
Second.
I need a roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Cassell.
Yes.
Commissioner Burns.
Yes.
Mayor Carney.
Yes.
Commissioner Marker.
Yes.
Deputy Vice Mayor Long.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Motion to approve ordinance number 33-24.
Second.
I need a roll call.
Commissioner Burns.
Yes.
Mayor Carney.
Yes.
Commissioner Marker.
Yes.
Deputy Vice Mayor Long.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cassell.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Last one.
Yes.
Ordinance number 35-24, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 122, additional homestead exemption for persons 65 years and older of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Delray Beach, Section 122.01, additional homestead exemption for persons 65 years of age and older, to increase the additional homestead exemption from $25,000 to $50,000 for certain persons 65 years of age and older, and to establish a second additional homestead exemption in the amount of the assessed value of property for certain persons 65 years of age and older who meet residency, income, and other statutory requirements, providing a conflicts clause, a severability clause, and authority to codify, providing an effective date, and for other purposes. This is second reading, as you will.
This is the super.
Motion to approve ordinance number 35-24.
This is a public hearing.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are there any member of the public wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed.
Motion to approve ordinance number 35-24.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The only people here are staff.
I just want to give a shout out to Danny Vega, our assistant city attorney, who
Well, John's over there.
this
You
is her
can say
first ordinance that she drafted.
Fourth estate.
That's
Very
great.
Well
proud.
done.
That's
sorry,
great.
She
Yeah.
got a
Here.
5-0.
What was
5-0.
that? What was that?
I said I wanted to give a little shout out to Danny Vega, assistant city attorney, who this was her first ordinance that she drafted.
Oh,
Yay.
well,
Yes, everyone
she's
does.
probably
did a
sleeping,
great
so
job.
she
Probably
probably
in
doesn't
bed.
know that we're
Yes.
giving her this
As
shout
she
out.
should
I could
be.
tell that it was really well crafted.
Right, you saw it.
It's really well worded.
Thank
See
you.
where we are on the
We're very
list.
proud.
We're at the end.
We are on first reading.
Oh, first reading of which there are none.
Good.
Comments and inquiries on non-agenda item. Mr. City Manager.
I have one item briefly, and that is in response to an email communication that was experienced by all of us a few days ago relative to derelict vessel removal. We talked about this before, and that derelict vessel removal is a jurisdiction of the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission. It is likewise not a function of municipal operations in Delray Beach and other municipalities for that matter. The most recent experience with a derelict vessel, tropical vicinity, intracoastal, etc., it was actually identified a number of months ago, and the process was initiated involving the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission, which does involve the process of them working to identify the owner and following up with a process to try to secure whoever that individual is. In the event that that does not get accomplished within a timely manner, they then would go about their process for a contractor selection process necessary to engage removal activities. The point, ladies and gentlemen, is again, number one, it's not a function of municipal operations. Number two, it is jurisdiction of the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission. And three, the necessary steps to ultimately remove the vessel had been initiated going back a few months before. So with that, we look forward to that progress being taken care of, and I hope that provides necessary clarity and background to have everybody achieve a sense of understanding.
I was just gonna say a sinking boat. You know.
Did you salvage anything off the boat? I mean,
Not me personally.
and City Attorney, any comments? Commissioner Casal.
Were you going to address the code issue with Miss Finst? Please, or yes?
Yeah,
No?
wait, why don't we talk about that? That's, I mean,
Yeah.
this quota thing is
Yeah.
and I don't like the thing fenced. I don't like. Go ahead. You're up.
You want to talk about it?
No, you're up.
Oh, no.
It was your email.
I sent an email earlier today. I do think that I have some concerns about the process, and I think this commission should give policy direction on how you believe code enforcement should be processed. There's a process that's called a finding of fact, and
Right.
essentially what happens is when somebody violates the code, they're given a period of compliance. The goal of code enforcement is always compliance. And so sometimes people come into compliance, but the department wants to go forward with a finding of fact, which means, yes, we acknowledge you've come into compliance, but maybe there's an extraneous circumstance that justifies why we still want to get a finding of fact. The result of that is that the next time that somebody violates with a similar occurrence, they don't get that compliance period. And in 1 week, I've seen two situations where, in my legal opinion, I don't think it warrants such drastic action. To me, that's the most drastic action, aside from these irreparable and irreversible fines that are heightened fines. To me, this is a drastic measure that I think this commission should weigh in on. And when you want to see it, is it because of the nature of the violation, like a life, health, safety violation? You know, somebody's dumping sewage into our waterway. Yeah, that might be a situation that warrants this finding of fact. They came into compliance, but we're not going to tolerate this. Not mowing your lawn, I don't know if that warrants that. But I think that's a policy direction that the commission should give to the manager. And now that we are looking at this department and potentially having a change in management, I think it's a good discussion to have. It's late. I don't know if you want to do it now.
Can I add to this, if I may? Because I think we need to figure it out.
To say too.
But what is the policy with finding of fact? What qualifies someone for a finding of fact? Because it seems like it's being randomly applied.
It is.
And that's the concern having been expressed. And quite frankly, matters being brought to my attention over the past couple of weeks, one of which includes this, necessitates the opportunity to complete our review process so that we can achieve corrective action and offer process improvements in these regards. So that falls in line with the considerations I've offered during the past couple meetings to engage a review process to help us get to that place. So to your point, there should be a more uniform structure in this regard. I agree with that observation based on what's been brought to my attention over the past couple of weeks.
What is the current structure? What makes someone have a finding of fact? A finding of fact is severe. It means they can walk out to Ms. Finst's house or whomever and just find them on the spot, essentially. So what I'm asking you, because this has come up multiple times, what qualifies somebody for a finding of fact?
In the event a case has been initiated and determined to be in violation, the ability to proceed with a finding of fact does exist.
So you could just randomly say, Ms. Finst has garbage in front of her house. We can do a finding of fact against her, but some other individual with garbage in front of their house doesn't. It doesn't mean you have done.
Seems to be if somebody comes into compliance.
But the question is, I would think it would require multiple offenses or something. There have to be some protocol. Otherwise, anybody can just apply this randomly?
And I think that's the basis for having some structure, policy, expectations in this regard to go forward, because it's not terribly specific.
I'm super disappointed right now, one, with that answer, because if you've had multiple issues come in front of you of late and you're sitting here still and you can't answer why or what the policy should be or what even the policy currently is, I'm going to give another example, which maybe my fellow commissioners don't know about. Someone complained, and you, from your office, submitted the complaint, which is against the Florida law.
I did not do that.
Well, it says right on it, city manager.
And that's not accurate.
Okay, well, that's the paperwork in the file. And according to the law, the individual making the complaint has to identify themselves unless it's a life.
And that's been since
issue.
made clear, ma'am.
Well, it wasn't made clear to me.
Well, I'm stating it now in response.
Okay, you got a phone call from somebody and then sent people out to a house. They filed a violation against a gentleman. He reconciled and came into compliance within 24 hours, yet, according to the file, people were driving by his house randomly. There were, he was in compliance and he still got a notice after he was found to have been in compliance to appear in front of the board. And they noted that they were going to give him a finding of fact. He was to come to defend that. That, to me, does not seem at all appropriate. And it calls into question our policies and procedures. And your name is on the file. You're the highest office in this city. You are in charge. And if you aren't following policies or procedures or don't know what they are, how can we expect anyone in the code enforcement department to do that?
That's not the case at all, ma'am.
Well,
that's not the case at all.
This doesn't feel right to me.
If I may?
Why is your name on that complaint? Why didn't the individual identify himself as is required by law?
If residents contact the office of the city manager, they are referred to the Code Enforcement Division to investigate or review as to whether or not a case is imminent, if there's a violation of the case or not.
There was no name on that form. It said it came from you.
And that's what it should be. I just clarified 3 times, ma'am, that that's not the case, and as to why that might be. If someone, any resident can contact this office of the city manager and offer a complaint. And when that does happen, I refer to them accordingly. I may engage a discussion, but we follow the process of code enforcement staff taking a look and reviewing the matter accordingly. I do not engage in that practice at all. I never have. It may be poorly written, but again, much of this underscores the recommendations I've offered prior in terms of review processes externally so that we can get to the absolute best place to achieve performance improvement, corrective action in that regard. Much of this I will attest as poorly written, and I've clarified that internally with the necessary people involved, including those in attendance here today. So that's not the case, regardless of what you read.
It reads on to say that they need to come back to you and get
and again,
confirmation. So
I just clarified that.
I lack the confidence in our ability to correct the problems in these departments.
Any other comments?
Can I chime in on this issue before we move on?
I got something to.
After Commissioner Burns, of course.
No, you can go ahead. No, you can switch.
Yes, then I recognize you.
Okay, thank you. So I was going to bring this up too. not the specific issue referenced here. I don't really know anything about that, but in general, the policies and procedures of our code enforcement department. I got the performance improvement plan of one of our code enforcement officers, and I want to read goal 2 here. You are expected to issue a total of 5 notices of violation daily during your area tours. The notice of this violation can be a combination of warning notices and or written notice of violation. And they go on to quantify that this person didn't submit enough notices of violation. So we have a quota to violate people, which is the absolute opposite of how we should be running this department. It's not designed to be punitive, and it underlines all the issues that have come up during these numerous discussions of this being extremely subjective, of not having transparent policies and procedures, which was brought up by Mr. Rosen tonight, that they're not even listed online now apparently. So we need to now we have an opportunity to make some major corrective measures here with this department. And I wasn't here at the last meeting, but I would support going to a third party to investigate this. I think we need to dive in really deep, really understand, come up with some very transparent policies and procedures. And I think at least temporarily, as I've said many times up here, this does need to be moved under the police department. Sorry, Chief Major. But this is what I think needs to happen. I think the time for half measures is over with this. I've heard more complaints over this issue than anything else in my entire tenure up here in 2 years. I get complaints about code enforcement every week, and we have mounting evidence of how subjective this process has become. So I do think we need to make real moves here to fix it. And
Are you asking that to be put on the next agenda?
Yeah.
Okay.
If possible, yeah.
Do you want it on the next agenda?
Yes.
Yes. So bring it back on the next agenda.
Wait, which part of this is on the agenda?
The third party, whatever.
I'm not interested in
We got 4. You're one.
Yeah.
So that's it. We're done.
Wait, you're talking about reconsidering our vote.
I'm allowed to reconsider
You want
the
to
vote.
consider? I'm not speaking to you, Mayor.
Excuse me. I have the chair, and you're out of order.
Oh my goodness. Calm down. Seriously.
First of all, I'm allowed to reconsider because
We
there was
voted on that already.
But we just have a motion to put it back on
He
the
asked
agenda.
for multiple things in his consideration. One was moving it to the
Whatever.
police.
It's on the.
Okay,
it's on the
whatever,
next
that's
agenda.
very
We can
polite.
fight about it next week when it's on the agenda. Are you finished?
Yeah, that's all I have on that.
Okay. Commissioner Mark. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So putting that on the agenda, because one of my questions was going to be, who is in charge of code enforcement while we're waiting on the investigations to occur? Because there's no consistency with any violation, any warnings. There's no consistency. One resident gets this, another one gets this, and there's no consistency. And 2, I was going to address the quotas that people are penalized and people are afraid to speak up and share. It's like, it is really sad and it's hurtful. So I wanted to know, and maybe is this what we're going to consider next week? Who's running that department while we are waiting for this?
If I may, ladies and gentlemen.
It's critical.
Right now, the lead support contact supervising the department or connecting with the Department of Neighborhood and Community Services is Assistant City Manager Jeff Forrest. I've asked him to spend some additional time in this regard. That's always been a lead support contact as I've structured the organizational chart, and additional leadership and guidance is being offered in that regard. In the event that the City Commission has an interest in engaging the services of Calvin Giordano, the Office of the City Manager will likewise be the point of contact. Nobody else involved in that regard to shepherd that process. A number of the issues and concerns and, quite frankly, misunderstandings, misgivings, miswritings, all are a reflection or underscore the merits of a review process of this nature. A basis of having that consideration to be brought forward in the first place is an external agent with background and knowledge in code enforcement systems, processes, and practices to help us achieve a bright environment of process improvement as well as corrective action deemed necessary. And that was the basis of the communication to that effect November 4th, November 19th, not to mention the fact the opportunity to bring on board a new director to lead the department, which is a process that's currently underway as well. So what I would love to do, ladies and gentlemen, given the consensus having been achieved this evening and some of the misunderstandings that have been perpetuated in this regard, is to be able to proceed along those lines, and I'll be happy to come back as part of the agenda for next week to get to the absolute best place possible. That is what I have to have in place. And as city manager in Delray Beach, Florida, I'd like to also point out some other specifics about my role and responsibility. I catch experiences from residents, contact people, call, whatever the case may be, not only because I'm city manager, but I'm also a resident and homeowner of Delray Beach, Florida. I get contacted that way. I interact with people along those lines, and people oftentimes feel very comfortable in that respect, and therefore I do what I can to offer a moment to listen, yet at the same time refer them to the appropriate departments. So for that reason, ladies and gentlemen, that's a point that needs to be clear. So to get to the absolute best place possible of creating structure, we have a couple of different opportunities. Number one, new leadership coming on board, of which the recruitment process is underway. We're moving down that path as we speak. Number two, the opportunity for the full assessment process with an entity or professionals who have thorough background and knowledge in code enforcement systems, practices, and processes to help us get to the absolute best place possible, to include a report to the City Commission should you decide to proceed with next week's meeting so that we can get to the best place possible. I'm pretty excited about those opportunities in that regard. A lot of good work has been initiated to get to that place, and your support to that in those regards would be appreciated as well.
If I may, I think her question though was, did you ask who's in charge of that department, Chris?
Yes.
That was the.
I talked about Jeff Orris taking the lead responsibility.
Orris is running the department?
He's the lead support contact for the Department of Neighborhood and Community Services. He and I are both spending a great deal of time together, ferreting out as much as we possibly can so that we can achieve an environment of corrective action and process improvement. However, it's not just that's necessary.
Are we ferreting out things? We all got a confidential memo a week and a half to 2 weeks ago about something else in that department that is remarkably concerning, and you've done nothing about it.
Which one was that?
So we're not, it's confidential. You
Okay.
you know what I'm talking about.
I do now, yes.
And you haven't ferreted anything out. So I am not
That's a
confident.
continuous process, ladies and gentlemen, so I've said it.
Okay, and I just wanted to, not that I agree with the finding the fact that was issued on the email that we received from the city attorney. However, I do know that the neighbor of that residence has had to spend thousands of dollars clearing growth that grows over into her yard for that, and also a shed that she has clearly on her property has been damaged several times by the overgrowth that's coming from the said yard. So it's not just not mowing her lawn. If you look at that property line, it's a bigger problem than that. It's a much bigger problem.
And if I may, ladies and gentlemen, all of what I'm describing is a continuous process. And the review exercises we initiated with HR as part of that, the consideration of bringing on board external resources to help us get to the best place possible, is a reflection of that continuation of that process as well. Given those opportunities, we will be able to come back and define specifically what's been identified, what needs to be addressed, what process improvement opportunities can be achieved, as well as ancillary corrective action, not to mention the opportunity to bring on board new leadership to run the department. So it's a tremendous opportunity, and as we begin the new year in January, the door will be open.
You finished?
I think so.
Nothing further.
Okay, I have a few items. I've mentioned it before, and this, I understand staff keeps going back to wanting to do neighborhood programs, everything. We have to have a visioning process. Visioning is different from neighborhood planning and all that. We are at a real critical time in this city, including code enforcement, including all these things, including development, including, historic issues, including beach, everything. And I think that the residents, I mean, I understand staff, but I kind of ran on this whole concept of citizen engagement. And citizen engagement can be found in doing a visioning process. So doing Visions 2035. And in fact, the company we used, who I didn't know before, but we used to do our goal setting.
Ref, tell us is the name of the company.
They were one of the names of companies that do visioning.
Yep.
And I think we should plan on it, get started. January, figure out how we're going to do it. Each one of us commissioners get to choose 10 people to be on the committee, and then other get to, and start the process like we did.
May I offer a recommendation, Mayor? For the January 21st regular city commission meeting, I'd like to offer a framework opportunity to commit to direction to that effect, to include the potential engagement of an outside facilitator to help us achieve in that regard.
Because I really think it's time. I mean, I really want to get the citizen engagement going.
January 21st.
And as for
not
code
December.
enforcement, I mean, I do think that Commissioner Casal and Commissioner Long and Commissioner Burns raised really good issues about what's going on in that department. And this is a great time where we're going to have to make some changes. I mean, while this may not be an accurate statement, it just seems like some neighborhoods get more scrutiny than other neighborhoods. I may be wrong, but it just seems that way. That is not a good perception. We need to really address this issue and do it right so that everybody feels they're getting a fair shake with code enforcement. And having quotas is not one of them. Having getting notices of violations after you've come into compliance is not good. It's just bad interaction with your citizens. So it's long overdue that we do that thing. On a lighter note, I know that the Delray Beach Marine Patrol they're going up and down now checking the wake, but apparently they're not doing it over the weekend. So it seems to me that that's when most of the boating occurs. So maybe it's a better time to have them out there over the weekend doing the patrolling. I could be wrong, but huh? Okay, well, I'm just something I was told. I'm not you can confirm it. That's fine. I'm just making sure that that's right. Do we have any idea on the timing of the water plant?
Yes, we'll be offering a presentation in the next coming weeks in that regard. So I've offered a preliminary time frame a few months ago, 3-4 months ago, I believe, whereby we anticipate our current timeline references late 2027, early 2028 for an opening. So within the next couple of months, we'll be coming before you all with transaction recommendations. And I also mentioned some change order considerations which will be brought before the City Commission next week.
I saw that and I was curious as to what those change orders were all about. So.
Right, and that will be presented during next week's City Commission meeting.
Okay, because I mean, at some point during our lifetime, we'd like that plan to be finished.
I've offered written updates via weekly reports in recent months as to what that looks like. Thus, the commentary regarding late 2027 into early 2028 is the anticipated timeline.
But we're great with reports. I really want to get the process moving.
Well, it's underway, quite frankly, and another transaction process is anticipated next week.
You can tell I pulled out my old cards. Robert's Rules.
Yes, sir.
I would like to have a thing on Robert's Rules. Because, for example, when you make a motion in the negative and it's tied, anybody can rebring the things up. That's under Robert Rules. So,
I think our city attorney said.
She's right. She did absolutely. I could bring.
She said you can't.
No, she said it there, but she's looked at it since.
Do you want me to respond?
Sure.
So under the rules, if we have a tie vote, we were supposed to make a motion to deny. That should have been passed because it was a tie vote. We didn't do that. The motion to deny was
negative to deny.
right. So it was tied. So no action was taken. So I probably should have said you should do a motion to deny, and it should be a 4-0 because this isn't going to pass. So because that wasn't done, there's no side for reconsideration. What I said at the last meeting was the mayor wanted to put it on the agenda, and I disagreed with that. We had a friendly discourse on that.
Friendly little banter.
But we talked after.
capitulated.
But because there was no
I
tie
came back with a
vote,
rule
if the
book.
mayor wanted to bring it up tonight, I just said the only limitation is that you have to pass the gavel.
But I didn't bring it up.
I brought
No,
it
no,
up.
I'm talking about our discussion. I'm saying our discussion.
But that's why when we had the 4, you were anyway. That's it.
I listened to our attorney.
Huh?
Anyway,
Well-
could we request that the city reach out to the OIG and ask them, in light of the additional information forwarded on to them and all this stuff in code, ask them to get in here and do the assessment?
I don't think we can direct the OIG.
I mean,
I can ask them for an update, but I don't think we can actually direct them to do it.
yeah, I don't think well,
It would be great if we could get an update on what their expected timeline is.
as a rule, if there's a police investigation, the OIG does not act.
Well, that's helpful.
I'm just saying, I found that out myself, so because they rely on the police department to do, because they're a quasi-police thing in terms of their investigation.
Yeah.
So if you got the police already doing it, they generally stand down, unless they can show that there's some malfeasance in the police department.
And ladies
What I
and
was
gentlemen,
told.
All right.
and aside and apart from that, given the operation, given municipal responsibilities, etc., we are still at liberty to engage in a review process so that we can achieve process improvement, direct policies, corrective action, etc. That does not touch the Office of the Inspector General at all. Thus, the recommendations haven't been brought forward the previous weeks. So I wish to continue to emphasize that, and we'll be back next
You
week.
may ask me if you can be recognized.
Yes.
We're going to take the Rebel Rules course.
May I?
You may be recognized.
So, is that investigation with the employee that was fired? Is that investigation with the police department finished, or is that still ongoing?
So typically when cases get, may I?
You may please, and I'm so upset with how that case has gone out, so yes.
So typically with a criminal defendant, when the police department has their filing packet ready, they forward it to the state. The state, and in this case, the individual was arrested. So the law affords 40 days if someone's going to be in custody to file charges.
Right.
This young lady bonded out, so she was out on bonds. So after, I think it was close to 40 days, she was brought back to court. The state had not made a filing decision. And so at that point, her bonds were discharged. The case appears as closed online. It just means it's not active because there haven't been active charges that are filed. But PD can still provide additional information to the prosecutors in order to potentially get a filing decision from the state. It's a felony, so they essentially have 175 days from the date of arrest to make a filing decision.
But now that if indeed the court aspect and the police aspect are over, then doesn't the OIG now have jurisdiction to come in and check how the process went?
I believe they always have jurisdiction because they're looking more at processes and misfeasance, malfeasance, and all those other things. But essentially, they're looking at a process, right? And so, from my position, I think they're two totally separate matters. I don't think PD is investigating the entire department. I don't know. Stay out of that. But if they were investigating the entire department, I think that would be different versus arresting one individual from a department. And the city manager and I, based on our responsibilities, had to at least notify the OIG.
Because it would be comforting for me to know that it was not more there were more people involved in that kind of an activity.
It would be comforting.
Whether or not
there were, because there's
to know whether
there's more, and that's something that the OIG can do.
So I'm concerned because the state attorney threw this out. So I'm concerned.
It's not thrown out. It's not thrown out at all.
So does Delray plan on providing some more information? That's what I need to know. Stop making noise.
If the state doesn't file charges, they file something called a no information. They actually file a document. Here, nothing. It's just no action has been taken.
So, are we doing anything to try to encourage someone to file?
Thank you for asking.
That's what I asked.
We have
if
reached
we could
out.
Right.
We're in the process of reviewing everything and obtaining additional information.
Additional information was sent to them regarding that department.
I agree with you.
So I can't imagine that they're not going to take that up. I'm telling you. It's impossible.
But they moved, they're like molasses.
Well,
In my interest, again, as we continue the process that I talked about and I dialogued about rather passionately, we still are obligated to get to work on addressing opportunities for corrective action, process improvement, policy development, etc. Therefore, that has to happen above and beyond what OIG does, and we go from there. So there's merit to that effect, ladies and gentlemen, and that will greatly assist the Office of the City Manager in terms of offering respective leadership and guidance to this effect on a continuous basis.
right, but if you need help after you read the email that the city attorney sent us all, I think some of this is so obvious. It needs to be immediately addressed.
Steps.
I know, and what I'm talking about is we want to see action instead of words. Because a lot of what happens up here is I'm working on it, it's happening,
I'm
we're
a man
doing
of
it.
action. I've always
Well,
been. A number of efforts are underway, but it's a continuous process, and it is, regardless. So I will.
You know, Commissioner Long is doing what they do in Congress. He wants to revise and extend his remarks.
No, so I
Go
mean,
ahead.
when I said I was good before, I just meant on the code enforcement thing. So sorry for the misunderstanding. I still have this really, really long list to get through.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I cut you off.
Yeah. No, listen, no worries. I will sprint through this, I promise. But I do want to touch base on a couple things here, a couple that came up earlier. But first, just I want a super quick update on the TA grant that I had brought up in early November.
The TPA grant, you mean?
Yeah, well, it's called the TA grant, but it's a TPA grant.
Right. So we're actually making recommendations for next week.
Okay.
For Northeast 4th, I believe it is.
exactly, for Northeast 4th, yeah.
So this Friday's information letter report will include a summary relative to some specifics in that regard.
Okay.
Followed by respective recommendations during your next meeting a week from today.
Is there anything preliminarily you could send me? Because I have my TPA meeting on Thursday, and I'd love to be able to kind of give them an update on what we're planning to do. Because I think the question last time was whether we were even going to apply for it. I wanted to, and then there was some question as to whether there was any negative side to that.
Take a look at the published agenda. You have that tonight.
Okay.
There should be a summary in there in addition to what comes out Friday. You'll be covered.
Cool. All right. Perfect. Next question, because I was asked about this, renovation of the locker rooms at the tennis center. Do we have an update on that by chance?
Direction was to not do so, so there's nothing imminent at this time.
Not renovating the locker room?
The agents from...
Oh.
What's the organization? The Dairy Beach Open, thank you. They have not made any commitments as of yet in this regard, so the saga continues, quite frankly.
Got it. All right. Fair enough. Third thing, one of the things that came up earlier of the subculture situation. Is there anything we can do to help them as far as having a more reasonable fee for them at this point?
Mr. Mayor?
Folks.
I'm sorry, I was ignoring you. I don't mean to do that.
So the subculture situation that came up earlier, is there any consensus, first of all, that we should reduce their fee from $2,500?
I truly don't know anything about the subject, so I don't know.
I mean, we had someone just...
No, I know someone
Yeah.
for their own company got up to speak. So I mean, I'd kind of like to know what the other.
I think you need to be careful. I think you can voice your concerns to the manager, and because this is a special magistrate proceeding, there is process. So they can appeal the decision.
Yeah, I'm not sure we
They
should just
can ask for a reduction from the special magistrate, and he's fair. But I don't think this commission has actually the purview to actually lower it. I think you can voice your displeasure and, let us know, and we can relay that back to the magistrate. But as far as actually lowering it here, I don't think you can do that.
And that's fine. I wanted to see what abilities we did have. But I do think we should advocate to lower it, especially given a lot of the discussion we've had about our code enforcement being a bit subjective. Could I just get through these things with everyone kind of on board? Just give me a few minutes. I'm sorry. I know everyone wants to leave. I want to leave too.
I went out of turn.
I just want everyone to kind of hear me out here. I don't think that the facts of this thing were that complicated. They acknowledge that they made a mistake. It's their first offense. They're a longtime business owner in the city. I think a warning would have been more appropriate, or a reduction of that fine. Maybe we can't make a difference here, but I at least think we could make a statement or advocate in some way that, otherwise they are going to appeal it and they have to go to court and it turns into a whole thing.
No, they go to court.
They go to court and it becomes a whole public thing. Okay, so then I'm bringing it up now. We can talk about it next week if people want to research it. I'm just bringing it up as something that I think, rather than it going to court and becoming a public thing over, I think maybe we could make a statement to advocate that there be some leniency here if possible. That's all I'm saying. We can talk about it at the next meeting if folks want to do their research first. That's cool.
I'm happy to, but I don't think jurisdictionally we have any. It's like I can't overrule.
And that's fine. We can't change
overrule
it.
the Board of Adjustment either.
Right.
They got to go to court, which I think is a bad rule.
But we can still make a statement.
You gotta throw that
The other thing, the pool expenses that were brought up, I mean, to me, the public pool's meant to be accessible, not like a profit center. So do we really need to raise those fees? Can we go back to what they were? I mean, there's a lot of folks that go to those that have limited income. I'd like for them to continue to be accessible.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Yes, but yes, go ahead. I was going to say, I certainly think senior citizens should get,
Something.
I'll let you go.
So the basis of this, of course, was the aggregate Parks and Recreation fees that were adjustment. We discussed this openly during the proposed budget process. And as a function of the proposed budget process, we tabulated approximately $50,000 in aggregate adjustments for all municipal facilities, Parks and Recreation facilities, and that was simply part of that particular outcome. So any considerations for follow-up adjustments for a specific criteria may become, of course, a snowball potentially. And I would therefore ask the commission to think carefully about any follow-up policy considerations to that effect, because of course, we were all clear and definitive in this regard, number one. And number two, Delray Beach's rates are quite competitive in the marketplace in terms of other municipal parks and recreation fees in that regard. So again, as a function of the budget process, $50,000 estimate we presented to the city commission as to what that looks like, and that is why we are where we are.
Oh, was that a yearly fee or a monthly fee she was referencing?
There's an annual, and she's paying per
usage.
aerobics class.
Per aerobics class, yeah.
Went from $60 a year
It's
to
$80. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
$80 a year to use the pool, and the aerobics classes are $15 each.
Can I ask a question?
You may.
Is it standard for seniors? Is there a senior discount, or is that for everybody? That's across the board for everybody?
That is, I believe, the across. I'm sorry.
That's what I was getting at. I mean, I think it's seniors on, anyway.
I think a senior discount would be something worth discussing.
Being a senior myself.
And that's something we could
At
take
least
a look
in terms
at.
of the like paying per class situation.
So something to take a look at as we go along. Otherwise, I think we've answered the question in terms of why we are in that place. It began with the proposed budget discussion resulting in additional fee increases for Parks and Recreation. However, the good news is they're still quite competitive in relationship to the marketplace throughout South Florida. Delray Beach does well in terms of its rates. It does.
Okay.
I just think $15 a per use for a senior. Huh? Well, I don't go to the gym, as you can visually see. So.
This is supposed to be an alternative for folks that like don't pay a gym membership or can't. So anyway, I want to just go to the last thing, then I'm done. This is another thing that everyone can do their research, we can talk about the next meeting, and it's just about us making a statement. We wouldn't necessarily have jurisdiction, but it does impact the city. It's recent news. It's regarding Dylan Brewer, the full-grown adult that deliberately did a burnout in our Pride crosswalk and damaged it. The second time that's happened in several years. He just got like a sweetheart plea deal. Basically, it's $5,000 and that's it, nothing else. Which he's basically able to fund because he crowdfunded money anyway.
Didn't he get criminal?
It's all being more or less dismissed. He's not going to have any criminal.
Felony charges, but he still has the misdemeanor.
He has a misdemeanor, but it's not going to carry anything but like a $5,000 fine with it. So in any case, I think if there's an opportunity for the city to make a statement and either oppose the plea deal or ask the judge to reject it, there's other organizations that are making similar statements. It sets a precedent that, one, we're not going to allow Delray property to be vandalized, and we're not going to allow messages of hate towards marginalized citizens in our community to stand. Because if something like this happens to the LGBTQ plus community, it could happen to our Jewish community, it could happen to our Haitian Caribbean community, it could happen to our African American community. And now this is the second time this has happened in a pretty short time since this Pride Crosswalk has existed. It's not memorialized, so we can't protect it as memorial. We can't make it a hate crime. The least we can do as a city that a lot of folks see as a haven is speak up for those folks. And so I think this demands our attention, in my opinion, but I want to put it out there for consideration. And I'm sure no one has had time to read over this whole thing, and I want people to have the facts before they agree to anything. So by all means, I want to just put it on your radar. Maybe we can talk about it at the next meeting. That's all I got. Thanks.
Come on.